Good morning, everyone. I think we have approached 9 o'clock Bangkok time and also different time in different time zones. I think let's start the one-day regional MSP forum, if you don't mind. So my name is Wenxi Zhu, the head of our IOC UNESCO Westpac office. So it's my privilege and great pleasure on behalf of the UNESCO IOC Subcommission for the Western Pacific to welcome all of you here today. So we are very delighted to have you with us to participate and also share your perspective in this very important regional MSP forum. That I think many of you serve as a reminder and to all how just important the MSP to us, not only to the world, but also to all our member states in the region. I think I remember when IOC UNESCO ran the first International Marine Spatial Planning workshop in 2006, that means almost 16 years ago. There are only 50 participants from 20 countries, and also that time, only 3 countries just has the government approved MSP. So what a big change after 20 years continuous efforts by IOC UNESCO and all, I think, are passionate partners for MSP. So I think as you are aware, IOC UNESCO and also is committed to advancing ocean knowledge and also applying that knowledge to ocean governance, marine protection, conservation. We really want ocean scientific community, including natural science community, social science community, to work very closely with the diverse stakeholders to really achieve the science we need for the ocean we want. I believe this is also emphasized once again in the UN Decade Ocean Science. So our collective today and in the future is to make it happen together with whatever diverse stakeholder we should to work together. So the MSP is just a good example of actions illustrating how our knowledge should be generated and also translated into our practical plan in support of ecosystem conservation, restoration, and also blue economy. So we're honored to have many distinguished speakers and also MSP practitioners, particularly from this region, and also from IOC Paris, from national, international partners, institutions, government agencies, research institutions, NGO, and also early career ocean professionals, and also small island developing countries. I think, so prepare yourself to be challenged, excited, and also inspired. So taking this opportunity, I also want to express our sincere thanks to all partners and also the government of Sweden for their support in running this regional MSP forum. As I mentioned, this is not just an ad hoc activity, but really, mark a beginning start for us to jointly accelerating the MSP in the Western Pacific region and also adjacent areas. So before I hand over to our international partners for their regional related initiative, I would also invite my colleague, Julian Barbier, the head of Marine Policy and Regional Coordination section of IOC, to share IOC's global perspective of MSP, and particularly the importance of MSP and the role of the region and our countries in promoting and accelerating MSP in the region. So I think everyone got their, very complete, finalized program yesterday. So I really hope you enjoy today's discussion and also their perspective from our different ocean MSP practitioners. So I will give the floor to my colleague, Julian.
Good day, dear colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO on the occasion of this first series of MSP region. As I'm sure you're aware, IOC UNESCO has been working in the field of MSP for over 2 decades now, providing support in the development of tools and guidance, capacity development, and tracking progress globally. But why do we need MSP, and why do countries need MSP? We know that the demand for marine goods and services, such as food, energy, and habitats, is rising, and often it exceeds the capacity of marine areas to meet all demands at the same time. In many cases, users have free access to marine resources, including ocean space, that often leads to overuse, conflicts, and eventually degradation of some of those important marine resources. Since marine goods and services are not priced or valued in the market, conflicts cannot be resolved in trade-offs made through economic analysis alone. We need a process. And we also need a process to decide what makes of outputs and goods from the marine areas should be produced over time and space, and what areas need to be protected and conserved. And that process needs to be inclusive and participative and science-based. This is what we call marine spatial planning. In the last decades, MSP has evolved from a concept to an operational framework for developing sustainable ocean economy whilst conserving and restoring its resources. Most coastal countries around the world are now engaging in some form of MSP as a way forward. Back in 2017, the IOC joined forces with the European Commission to accelerate MSP process worldwide through the adoption of the joint MSP roadmap. Since then, many activities have been implemented, several important publications, including, for example, the MSP Global Guide, which was published a year ago, but also technical training in transboundary pilot approaches have been developed, in particular in the Med and Latin America. I also want to highlight the work of the IOC subcommissions, the Subcommission for Africa, IOC Africa, the Subcommission for the Caribbean and Adjacent Seas, IOCARIBE, and the IOC Subcommission for the Western Pacific, WestPac. These very important bodies combine scientific expertise and the application of science to ocean management. And in the last years, they've also been importantly engaged in building technical capacities and supporting national and regional ocean management processes. 2 weeks ago, the IOC and the European Commission convened the third International MSP Conference in Barcelona, Spain. And there we renewed our partnership with the European Commission through an updated MSP roadmap, which will guide our work for the next 5 years. This new roadmap clearly connects MSP to the global challenges of our time. It describes 6 priority areas: knowledge support, so the integration of science to support MSP processes; capacity development and awareness, including disseminations through important mechanisms such as this regional MSPforum; transboundary cooperation amongst nations; climate smart MSP, that is how MSP can also be a tool for providing space for decarbonized activities and integrating climate change into MSP processes; marine protection and restoration, very important. As you are aware, we have now the COP15 going on in Montreal to define the next global biodiversity framework and marine biodiversity agenda. And for that, we need also MSP to help with this important international targets. And then the final theme that is being addressed is the sustainable blue economy, which is also very important for many countries around the world. For IOC, MSP is more than just a spatial analysis. It's really a policy instrument that needs to be developed in a participatory way and has a key role to play, especially when properly connected with other national ambitions, such as the strategies for sustainable ocean economy. We also need good science, and to develop robust and knowledge-based marine spatial plans, we need to build on the Ocean Decade for Sustainable Development, of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. As IOC is the UN body responsible for designing and implementing the decade, we really want to promote and support the development of new innovative knowledge, tools, and analysis for MSP to facilitate its implementation. As this knowledge needs to be shared globally amongst all of those in charge of developing MSP, IOC will continue its efforts regarding capacity development and awareness, as well as regional implementation through the new MSP Global Initiative that will start in early 2023. And we really want to invite all MSP stakeholders and institutions to engage in the implementation of this MSP roadmap, but also to define your own priority for this, for your region and for your country, and to join forces with us as key partners or collaborators in this endeavor. As I'm sure you would agree, we also need specific regional space to share experience amongst experts and decision makers on MSP implementation, especially those who share a common ocean basin and space. And this is why we are launching today, thanks to the support of the government of Sweden, this series of regional MSP fora, which are happening on a virtual basis, but hopefully next year will become a regular physical event. And we are doing this in 3 regions, in the 3 IOC subcommission regions, with the support of those secretariats, but also with other regional partners who are very important in those discussions, just as the Regional Seas Convention, but also very importantly, the GEF initiatives on large marine ecosystems. So for us, this MSP forum at regional level will be a mechanism to bring all the partners together to act in the regions and to really identify the technical support that is required, the exchanging the experience amongst the different projects in countries, and really reinforcing existing transboundary management frameworks at regional level. So we're looking to create synergies between MSP-related programs within and beyond IOC UNESCO so that we can really deliver the best support to member states who are deciding to embark in the MSP process. So with this, I hope that you will have a very fruitful discussion today in the next days in developing a vision for the MSP implementation in your region. And I thank you very much for your attention and hope to see you soon. Bye.
Okay, so I think our colleagues from IOC Paris Julian provide a very informative and also encourage message for today's discussion and also future activities. So indeed, I think MSP is a science-based and also take participatory approach. So before we go to the detailed technical session, I will also invite our regional partners, from COPSI, from PAMC, and also the GEF, International Water Project, to share their efforts, in MSP. So first, I would like to introduce Margarita from COPSI Secretariat. I think for us working in the region, I think everyone has been working very closely with the UN or even non-UN agencies. So as one of the UN, program action plan, regional seas action plan in this region, I think COPSI also working a lot on marine environmental protection. So Margarita, you are there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Wenji.
Okay, right. So floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Wenji and IOC UNESCO for inviting COPSI to this event, and good morning to everyone. Next slide, please. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yes, so just a brief background on what COPSI is. COPSI was established in 1981, more than 30 years ago. It is an intergovernmental body aimed at protecting and the sustainable development of the marine and coastal environment of the East Asian seas. We recently updated our action plan in 1994, and we are guided today by our strategic directions. COPSI, as Wenji mentioned, is one of the 18 regional seas and action plans all over the world. We are built by 9 countries, which are Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. COPSI is one of the 7 regional seas that are administered by UNEP, and we are hosted by the office in Bangkok. Next slide, please. So while these days, most of COPSI's work has been on marine litter and plastic pollution, COPSI also has a long history of working on marine and coastal management space. Since 2002, we were working in coral reefs, and we've had work on MCSP and MPA. Next slide, please. I want to focus. Okay, yeah. So we have 2 specific work streams on the marine and coastal space. The first one was in 2010 to 2013, which was funded by SIDA on the project called Spatial Planning in the Coastal Zone. The main aim of this was to reduce and prevent impacts of natural disasters, climate change, and sea level rise in the coastal zones of East Asian seas country. This resulted into a spatial planning regional resource document, which you can see here. This document, the regional one, was adopted by 5 countries as a national resource document, and by the Philippines, it was integrated in the comprehensive land use plan of the country. Oh, next slide. Next slide. Yes, this one. 500 individuals were trained on MCSP all across the region. This also created a training and capacity building menu, which were translated in the different languages of the country to support the countries in providing capacity building to their communities. But this project, when it ended, there were several recommendations on how to move forward. And at this time, we are trying to put into the practice these recommendations. Next slide, please. Another MCSP project that we had was in 2020 to 2021, which was mostly on MCSP and Blue Economy. The main goal of this was to build capacity of MCSP practitioners and to integrate Blue Economy in the national frameworks. We also reviewed the national and legal policy frameworks of the countries to be able to identify the needs and where we can support in providing MCSP guidance into these countries. In this project, more than 40 individuals were trained in MCSP and sustainable blue economy. We had a demonstration in one of the sites in Thailand, and this also established this marine and coastal spatial planning policy, as you can see here in the East Asian seas. Next slide, please. So some key recommendations of these policies was to develop techniques for the East Asian Seas region specifically, to further research and development, to enhance capacity, to ensure vertical and horizontal integration, because as we know with MCSP, sometimes people at different levels do not have the best communication with each other and they're doing their own thing. So with this one, we want to ensure that even across the same sphere, people are integrating well. To increase transboundary and regional collaboration, since COBSI's main mandate is to have an intergovernmental body to work on transboundary issues, we want to enhance transboundary collaboration on MCSP and look into these areas. To invest more in coastal and ocean science, to enhance data sharing and coordination. And from these recommendations, follow-up actions is to have a cooperation platform for MCSP and to have a better regional guidance, because this was a policy document. Now we want to have more specific guidance on this one, and to launch an MCSP project in the region. Next slides, please. Okay, let's move on. So building from those past experiences and looking at the current global frameworks and targets and regional frameworks and targets, we are trying to build up our work on marine and coastal ecosystems. As, for example, earlier mentioned, we are currently in the discussion of CBD COP15, where the countries are discussing the current targets of the world on biodiversity. And the first target of this draft post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is to have all land and sea areas under spatial plan. So considering this, and next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. And we are also following the Regional Sea Strategic Direction, Core Indicators, COBSI Action Plan, and Strategic Directions, which all have identified MCSP, including climate change adaptation, as a thematic area. Next slide, please. We have started to develop this framework on marine and coastal ecosystems. We have had 2 regional consultations on the framework and have presented this to the COBSI IGM 25 Part 2 held in Hanoi in October. And the goal of this framework is basically to integrate and harmonize all efforts of COBSI in relation to the marine and coastal environment, which would ensure a cohesive and strategic approach when developing and implementing relevant activities. And the objective of this is to have conservation and governance of the marine and coastal ecosystems, ensure international and regional targets are met by countries, to ensure representation of all East Asian Seas countries that are part of COBSI in decision-making and implementation, and to provide guidance on the marine and coastal ecosystem activities. Next slide, please. So this slide presents an overview of the project ideas that we have indicated in the framework. As you can see here, the framework has an overarching theme of blue economy to ensure sustainable ocean ecosystems, integrating economic priorities, social development, while ensuring the planet's health and sustainability. Sorry. Blue economy is in line with the regional effort of UNEP in the regional area. And at the large scale, you can see here that our activities are conducted in a wider realm of a marine and coastal space. So from here, what are the activities in this space? How do they affect the conservation of important marine and coastal habitats? How do these conservation efforts limit or strengthen other activities in the marine and coastal space, such as tourism and fishing? So one of the thematic area is therefore on marine and coastal spatial planning. Within this space, we have the marine protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. MPAs can be any forms of habitats such as coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass. And finally, we have also cross-cutting themes that should be implemented throughout the different thematic areas, such as on blue carbon, climate change, community participation, and data management. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. So this slide shows the interconnectedness of the different project ideas we have in the framework with each other. For example, MCSP is ideally the starting point of all our activities because it will identify which are the conservation areas, which are the sites that are crucial for the region. And from here, we can identify the MPAs, and we want to be able to work with regional partners and across regional partners and countries into be able to doing this one. But as you can see, while we want to do MCSP, MPA networks, and marine coastal habitats, these are still under the overarching framework of blue economy. And while the idea is to have MCSP as the starting point, so we know where to conduct all the rest of the activities, we also know that conservation is quite dynamic. We can start with any of these which will support MCSP in the bigger picture. So that's it for me. Thank you very much for listening. And over back to you, Wenshi.
Thank you very much, Margarita, for your very, inspiring, presentation. I think indeed in this region, all of us working in the region, we always, thinking about, think globally, act regionally. I think working in the region, there are a lot of complex issues that we have to take into account, in implementing or in adapting the global or regional framework to their specific areas. So I indeed look forward, to more collaboration or opportunities with the COPSI in terms of MSP capacity development and also site demonstration. Thank you very much, Margarita, for joining us. So next speaker, I'm going to invite my colleagues from the JEF International Water Project. And also this is a project also implemented by IOC UNESCO. So I believe my colleagues, Claudia Spitera, I think IOC consultant, will give you our overall picture of how that JEF project has been conducting in a different region and what kind of idea, of integrating MSP in their implementation.
Hello, everybody. My name is Claudette Spiteri, and I am the project manager of the JEF IW Learn 5 project at the IOC UNESCO in Paris. So JEF IW Learn, it's short for the Global Environmental Facility International Waters Learning Exchange and Resource Network, was established to strengthen transboundary water management around the globe by collecting and sharing best practices, lessons learned, and innovative solutions to common problems across the JEF International Waters portfolio. So the overarching aims are to support the coordination of JEF portfolio, both within and also beyond the international waters focal area, with a particular focus on SIDS, and doing so through knowledge sharing, information management, building partnerships, and programmatic guidance services. There are various activities that are planned as part of Jeff IW Learn 5 on these aspects related to knowledge sharing and information management. You can see the range here on the slide of activities ranging from training courses, webinars, dialogues, twinnings, just to mention a few. As well as the organization of the flagship conference on international waters, that's the IWC, that it's planned next year towards the end of 2023 in Uruguay. So just to walk you through the main 5 components of the Jeff IW Learn Phase 5 that started in July this year and will run until 2026. So the first component is focusing on knowledge sharing and results showcasing across the Jeff projects and with development partners. And in this component, the different types of activities relate to training courses, regional dialogues, as well as the IWC conference and twinnings. The second component is more focused on communication and replication of portfolio results and experiences, with a key focus on the website of IW Learn, which is considered as a main platform for exchanges, but also on other aspects related to the dissemination of the results from the portfolio. The third component focuses on SITs, and I skip directly to the 5th component that is on public and private partnerships, so more in the context of sustainable financing of activities. Finally, the 4th component is focusing on freshwater, groundwater, and large marine ecosystem subsets. And it's exactly under this component 4 that a number of activities are being planned on marine spatial planning. So that's subcomponent 4.3, tackling the areas of training and capacity building and linking marine spatial planning as a tool for strengthening sustainable blue economy. So going in a bit more detail on subcomponent 4.3, as you can see here, 4.3 on the training and capacity building activities in support of MSP as a tool for sustainable blue economy. 3 activities are planned under this component. The first one aims to develop a practical approach to integrate MSP in the so-called TDA sub-process. That is short for the Transboundary Diagnostic Analysis Strategic Action Program. That's usually the tool and the process that is implemented in transboundary in transboundary cooperation areas. The second activity is to work with partners and projects in order to organize regional trainings on the basic concepts and technical issues related to MSP. And the third activity links very closely to the first one, is to organize a series of regional dialogues on MSP in the context of blue economy and also linking to the TDA sub-process. The overall expected outcome of this sub-component is actually to improve the management of transboundary marine ecosystems. So I will start with the second activity that I just described, and that is actually the one that IOC UNESCO will be leading, and that is on the organization of regional trainings on the basic concepts and the specific technical issues of marine spatial planning. So with IOC UNESCO on the lead and contribution from different partners, and as you can see listed here. This activity actually will build on previous support that the MSP team at IOC UNESCO already provided to the previous phase of IW Learn, as well as the LME Learn project. For instance, there was the development of an online course related to MSP and using also the MSP challenge and the MSP toolkit. So here we foresee a continuation of this collaboration that has already been started in the context of the new MSP Global 2.0 project that is also in the pipeline. So then moving to the first activity that I described, that one deals with the development of a practical approach to take MSP a step further and integrate that in the TDA SAP process. That's an activity that will be led by partners, Greater and Dell, with contribution from IOC, UNESCO, and other partners. And the practical approach will be developed, but also tested and refined with the JEF project partners and LME managers through a consultation process. Once this practical approach is developed and tested and approved, then it will be also shared through a series of regional dialogues that will link the MSP in the context of blue economy as well as the TDA SAP, as you can see there. And these regional trainings will be then followed up by guidance and experience sharings that will be conducted after the events. So that's in a nutshell an overview of the MSP activities that are included in the work plan of the JEF IW Learn 5. I invite you to get in touch if you have any questions or comments, both on IW Learn in general, but also on the MSP specific work. And thank you for attention, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is another potential opportunity that for our MSP practitioner, can engage in the near future. But certainly, I think in our region, there are several large marine ecosystems. So later on, we will have another one, South China Sea sub-project. I think Duan will also give his perspective at session 4. So please hold on. So next, I would like to invite, our Miss Nancy from the COPSI, from the PAMC, the Partnership Environmental Management for Sea Southeast Asia, PAMC. I think PAMC has been well known in this region, working on integrated coastal management for many, many years. I think Nancy as one, key players for PAMC sector playing a very instrumental role in promoting, community stakeholder engagement and also SM at local level and also national level. Nancy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy, for the introduction. And I would like to thank IOC Westpac for this opportunity to share PAMC's endeavors in promoting MSP in the East Asian region in support of the IOC Westpac plan to accelerate MSP development and implementation in the Western Pacific. So East Asia is bordered by countries in Northeast and Southeast Asia, shown in the map here. It hosts 4 of the largest archipelagos in the world, 6 large marine ecosystems, and 4 major river systems, and is part of the wider Western Pacific region. So the region has a strong foundation of policy and legal instruments and institutional arrangements that directly and indirectly support ICM and MSP implementation. And so far, we consider China, Indonesia, and the Republic of Korea as front runners of MSP development and implementation in view of the presence of national legislation and policy framework for MSP, which facilitated the implementation at the national and subnational level. There are also experiences in MSP development and implementation in other countries in the region as identified here. While there are national policies and laws and strategic plans and initiatives that promote the integrated planning of the coastal and marine areas in these countries, so far the scale and scope of practices are limited to specific locations or addressing a specific sector, which are either government-led or project-based initiatives. So in particular, the level of MSP implementation in the region varies in view of the presence of enabling legislation, and the region is also characterized by diverse cultures, social, political, and economic attributes, and thus the planning process is dictated by varying contexts and drivers, as well as governance systems, planning mandates and timelines, as well as capacity and financing. So the region has a long history of ICM implementation, which started way back in the 1980s. So we are looking at the advantages of utilizing ICM, which currently covers an approximately 40% of the regional coastline, as a sort of connector, if you will, to link the land and marine spatial planning. Next slide, please. So can you go to the previous slide, please? The previous one, the second one. Okay, so the second slide. Next slide. Oops. Okay, so ICM and MSP share the same principles and concept, as well as a standard planning process, and that they can be mainstreamed seamlessly. So as shown on the screen, the 6 basic steps of the ICM cycle, which majority of our local government partners are very familiar with, have corresponding steps in the MSP process. So the main difference between these two approaches concerns the space covered. ICM mainly focuses on the coastal zone or land-sea interface, while MSP focuses on the marine area. Next slide, please. So in the Philippines, there are major developments that support the integration of land, coastal, and marine spatial planning. So just this week, the ICM bill was approved at the committee level of the lower house. And after completing the remaining legislative steps at the lower house, the bill will be transmitted to the Senate for concurrence, then submitted to the office of the president for final approval. So we anticipate that this bill will be approved and passed into ICM Act under the current administration. So we will have the opportunity to elaborate on the 3 sections that are shown here with references to MSP during the preparation of the implementing rules and regulations of the Act. PEMC has been actively participating in the review and refinement of the bill, and we will also provide technical inputs in the preparation of the implementing rules and regulations. Another development in the country is the approval of the technical bulletin of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources that clarifies the process of mainstreaming ICM into the local government unit's comprehensive land use plans. So we have supported the rollout of the mainstreaming process in 16 regions in the country, which included landlocked provinces. So there are currently 16 regional roadmaps that will support the mainstreaming process for implementation between 2023 to 2028. So this initiative will truly showcase how integrated management of the watershed up to the coastal and marine areas can be undertaken. Next slide, please. So in terms of policy environment, shown here are the various national laws and regulations that govern the management of the forest, lowland, coastal, and marine ecosystems, including the built-up areas and the spaces covered by these laws in the land, coastal, and marine waters continuum. So while these various laws and legislations have their own sets of implementing rules and regulations, coordinating arrangements, and sectoral plans, there was consensus during the consultation process to mainstream these laws into the comprehensive land use plans of local governments for better chances of getting implemented at the local level. So this will also facilitate the institutional linkages and cooperation among the mandated agencies. There are 3 national government agencies responsible for planning: the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development for local governments, the Department of Interior and Local Governance and Environmental Management, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, who are spearheading the mainstreaming process. So we have examples in developing an integrated land and sea zoning plan in the province of Bataan, which PEMC supported, and through USAID support, and MSP for Balayan Bay in Batangas province has also been developed. And we will consider the MSP experiences in other countries in the region and elsewhere that would suit the Philippine context during the full rollout of the mainstream process. Next slide, please. So we will also have the opportunity to elevate MSP application and integration with river basin management through the upcoming project of PEMC, the GEF UNDP ASEAN Integrated River Basin Management Project, which will be implemented in 2023 to 2027. While this project will focus on establishing functional integrated river basin management mechanisms in priority river basins in the 6 ASEAN countries to reduce pollution, strengthen water use management, as well as adapting to climate change vulnerabilities, there are also opportunities to introduce MSP through the capacity development and knowledge management component of the project. And this project will also provide experiences in conducting participatory and transboundary planning at the river basin level. And this recently approved Sustainable Development Strategy for the Seas of East Asia Implementation Plan for 2023 to 2027, and the Capacity Development and Training Plan for 2021 to 2025 will provide the overarching framework for capacity development on MSP. Next slide, please. So in terms of capacity development, support, and networking, we have 2 functional networks in the region. The PEMC network of learning centers and the PEMC network of local governments that are serving as platforms for linking science and policy that we can also tap for capacity development for ICM and MSP. So the PEMC network of learning centers are comprised of 17 universities plus 4 regional centers of excellence in 9 countries in the region, while the PEMC network of local governments comprise 53 local governments and 4 research institutions in 10 countries across the region. So both networks have their respective secretariats, charters, and code of conduct that guide and support their operationalization. So PEMC is part of the MSP Global Training Network, and being such, we will of course endeavor to establish linkages and cooperation with other key regional mechanisms and institutions such as COBC, the Coral Triangle Initiative, IUCN, ARO, and other partners that also support MSP process and implementation. So we will also tap into our existing regional programs like the Arafura Timor Sea program, the Gulf of Thailand framework program to enhance the networking process at the LME level. Next slide, please. Okay, so shown here are key elements that we think are necessary to facilitate the integration process. So a key undertaking is to determine if there are compatibility and complementation among these cross-cutting teams that govern the management of the land, coastal, and marine and ocean resources. So for instance, are the policies, strategies, and plans have common goals and targets and indicators at strategic and operational level? Are the enabling legislations with appropriate financing recognize the interconnectivity and necessity to manage as a whole the land to sea continuum? Are the coordinating mechanisms represented by the same agencies and organizations with mandates and authority to manage the land, coastal, and ocean resources? Is there a coherent planning framework that can be applied across the land and water continuum with standardized planning instruments, approaches, and guidelines? Are the spatial boundaries for land, coastal, and marine areas clarified or well delineated? Is public participation and stakeholder engagement a key undertaking in past planning processes? Is there a capacity development plan that provides continuing capacity building and networking among the key players, considering the changes in leaderships and priorities of the government? Are there models, case studies, practical evidence that are available for replication? And it is also necessary to build or strengthen the existing governance structures and management strategies instead of creating new ones. And finally, the mainstreaming process should always be guided by the principles of sustainable development, integration and coordination, adaptive management, which is context responsive, and ecosystem-based management. Next slide, please. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. That ends my presentation.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I think for your very comprehensive presentation about ICM framework and also relationship with MSP, and particularly with the specific effort that has been made by the government of Philippines at several pilot sites. Indeed, I think the MSP provide a very, I would say, useful or practical tool towards achievement of the ecosystem-based management. So I think, but for ICM, there are a lot of things I think are much more than MSP. So really, in the future, I think, with all partners in the region, how, as I mentioned, I emphasize again, how the scientific community and the government agency and also, private sector and also NGO, and also our foundation, early career professionals, group can work together and also, to do whatever they can, and in order, to achieve, a very good marine environment and also healthy ecosystem in the region. So before I go to the technical session, last but not least, that's why we propose and also developed the UN Decade Ocean Action with a focus on marine spatial planning. So I will give a very brief introduction about the UN Decade Ocean Science proposal, with a focus on accelerating the marine spatial planning in this region. So I think indeed it's a great pleasure for us to initiate, together with all various partners in the region, the marine spatial planning as a UN Decade actions for the region. I think, it's a very pleasant process for us to, working together with the partners who share the same vision for MSP in the region. So I would also extend our sincere appreciation to all previous speakers for their very inspiring and also informative presentation related to MSP in the region. So MSP, as I mentioned, has become an international tool for ocean space management, involving multiple ocean stakeholders in this region to support the economic developments and also our ecosystem conservation and restoration. So indeed, the process itself is as important as the plan itself in building trust, understanding, but also, the political acceptance, policy support. So this indeed requires science-based evidence, not only natural science, but also social science, and also need to take participatory approach, as I mentioned, emphasized many times, and also by our partners, engage all relevant direct stakeholders with a view to achieve the balance between the social economic development and also environment conservation. So this is the reason why we have this UN Decade actions as a regional action for the UN Decade for the ocean science, building on the IOC and also together with partners, more than 20 years effort in promoting MSP globally. So next, please. Just once, next, please. Just one slide, I think, to brief a little bit about UN Decade Ocean Science, because as we understand, UN Decade Ocean Science provide a very good framework for scientific community and other diverse stakeholders to develop the scientific knowledge needed and meaningful partnership needed to advance the science in our ocean science, not only natural science, and also deliver a science-based solution to achieve the sustainable development. So the Ocean Science Decade, they're really, I would say, issue-based, solution-oriented approach. So through a lot of regional and also global consultation, I think UN Decade has identified or formulated the 10 grand challenges. I think they looks very generic and ambitious, covering, I think, all issues, hotspot issues in the region, including the capacity development, transport technology, and ocean literacy. And I believe MSP as practical tools, can contribute to achievement of all UN Decade challenges So this is something next, please. So the MSP, as I mentioned, and also as you heard from many previous speakers, indeed matter to our region simply because the region, I think most of the countries in the region are truly maritime nations with a considerable stake in the ocean. So we are highly populous, rapidly advancing, and fragile. So in this region, many countries are really most vulnerable to natural disaster, including the sea level rise, because most of mega city, I think in the world, has been located in the coastal area of the countries in the region. So with the socio-economic development, I think in the region, I think no doubt that the region has a playing, serve as the growth engine of the world economy over the last 20 years. I think the trend is still ongoing. So eutrophication, pollution, overfishing, and also other, climate change, ocean acidification has put in the region, many countries in the region in a very vulnerable condition. So this is why, along with this, put a very critical question for us, how to seek the balance between the economic development and ecosystem sustainability. So next, please. So based on that recognition, I think we are partner together with partners proposed this UN action in order to set up our sustainable mechanism, with a very concrete network, regional network, and also, in the region, as a major driving force for the MSP in the region over a long time. With many projects, many things, the good result couldn't be sustained just over our project basis. This is certainly, I think, like MSP deserve a long-term efforts with a strong mechanism as a backup, to drive the MSP development in the region. So this is MSP developed status in this region. In the world, I think more than almost 90 countries has started or adopted MSP at a national, provincial, even local level. But in this region, I think most of those kind of, countries are located in the Europe and America. So in our region, Asia and Oceania countries, I think still has a very limited country, who adopt MSP in their ICM, even ocean development, or, framework. So even in some countries, I think MSP is still at a very early stage. So despite this kind of situation, it's become more urgent for, I think, UNESCO IOC, Westpac, working together with the partners to set up our sustainable mechanism, as I mentioned, driving the MSP, movement development in this region. So in this region, as Nancy mentioned, I think China maybe remain among the first group of countries who adopt the MSP at a very early stage. China, I think, adopted MSP. They call it marine functions zoning in 1989. So far, they have 3 versions of MSP and also covering, I think, the whole country areas, right, from the country level, provincial level, and the city and the county level. And those MSP have been revised once every 10 years based on their implementation and the evaluation result. So in our Korea, also, I think catch up very quickly since 2019. I think, the Korea government elected Marine Spatial Planning and Management Act, which provide legal basis. I think for policy support, legal basis, I think is very fundamental for country to, adopting the MSP, implementing MSP nationally. So in the case of Korea, I think by the end of this year, I think they are supposed to finish all the provincial MSP development process. So in the Southeast Asia, I think Indonesia could be, first runner, right, in terms of MSP development. Not only the national strategic area zoning plan, they also have the utmost small islands plan and also provincial plan. I think within their 12 miles, nautical miles, I think the provincial government play a very key role in formulating their provincial MSP plans. I think current status also going well. We will have 2 distinguished, MSP practitioners from our Indonesia Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fishery to share their perspective and the lessons learned. So in other countries, I think in Thailand, Cambodia, and Philippines, and also small island developing countries, I think there are some kind of a policy laws which stimulated MSP, but so far there's no MSP or practice at the national level. So most of MSP is just remain at demonstration or set level, and also Vietnam as well. Next, please. So to meet the demand of the countries, I think actually country demand, to initiate MSP, a framework mechanism and also activity in the region for some time. So based on the demands, so we take the courage together with our partners in the region, to, propose the ocean decade action named Accelerating Marine Spatial Planning in the Western Pacific and its adjacent regions. So which aims to, build on the existing efforts and including the MSP global project, and further promote accelerated MSP in this region. So this is the action were formulated together with the many institutions, government agency in the region, and finalized based also, the incubator session that we held in the UN Decade Kickoff Conference last year, and also officially approved as a UN Decade Actions. So this UN Decade Action, as I mentioned, aims to build a foster sustainable mechanism with a technical support, institution in the region, driving MSP development and drive the engagement of the stakeholder. And also in the future, the regional MSP will become a regular, forum or mechanism, one mechanism for, engage the different stakeholder partners, and also to develop the cooperation opportunities, and also documenting, sharing MSP practice, synthesize the lessons learned, and also provide technical support for the country, and also, for the stakeholder who are in need of, technical support in this region. So at a later stage, we're also considering how to conduct a study about transboundary MSP study based on, the achievements we will be achieved, in the near future. So next, but not, so this is just some kind of a, framework and a mechanism building that we are doing in this region. I think including this activity, the regional or MSP forum. Next, please. So serving as a, regional component of the global MSP project. So I believe, I'm particularly inspired and also encouraged and motivated by the UN Decade Ocean Science. I think, our scientific community need to work together with other stakeholders to co-designing and co-develop the activity in order to provide more service, to all different stakeholders. So in that sense, I have to really, take this opportunity again to thank all previous speakers from our partner institutions, who share your MSP efforts and also your perspective for future integration and also cooperation. I think let's start now. I think thinking how to move forward. So this is the, I think this is the, the whole presentation for the session 1. Sharing the existing efforts, at a regional level. So before I hand over the floor to the session 2 moderator, Professor Suanak, I invite you to turn on, to take a group photo first. I think this is also very important. Please turn on your camera.
Nice to see you after a long time, Wangzi and others.
Oh, Professor Shahadat.
Yeah.
You gain a lot of weight. Yeah, I think you didn't travel much, right? Thank you very much. I think we don't need a break, right? I think the program a little bit behind. I think 5 minutes behind. If okay, I think we can start the session 2. I see no objections, right? So I would like to hand over.
Okay, so now I'm morning to everyone again, and this is December 16. Now it's about 10:10. So it's the time for the session 2, which is about the marine protection, restoration, and blue economies. So we already, I think MSP gained momentum across the globe, across our region, and even in our country by itself. And MSP is a tools, it accepted tools for marine conservation and blue economy. As such, this session will bring together representatives from diverse stakeholder groups to share their experiences and ideas, whether and how MSP could support marine protection, restoration, and blue economy in the regions. And actually, this session, we plan in 3 main sections. First, we are going to start from a key message from the 5th International MSP and the 3rd International Conference on MSP. That would be Miss Michelle Quesada de Silva. Second one, following that, will be the thematic talk about the MSP accelerating the blue economy development in the regions. That from the Mr. Xi Wang from China. And then at the end of this session, we go to the panel dialogue. That could take about 1 hour with contain 5 representatives from different countries and different sectors. So we share what is going on. So it will be very interesting. So I think that we should start for the first about the key message from Ms. Michelle Quesada.
Good day, dear colleagues from the Western Pacific and its adjacent areas. My name is Michelle Quesada da Silva. I'm a consultant on marine spatial planning, working with IOC UNESCO. And it's a pleasure for me to be here today to present the key messages from the 2 events that we organized last month in Barcelona, the 5th International MSP Forum and the 3rd International Conference on Maritime Spatial Planning. So the first key message that I will share with you, it's related to the pillar of the MSP roadmap, marine protection and restoration. So the participants of both events, they told us some issues, challenges, and discussed some potential recommendations to address these challenges. So the first one mentioned was related to insufficient attention to ecosystem services when taking decisions, allocation of uses, basically in marine spatial planning. And the recommendations are to collect data to have a general understanding of the ocean, species, ecosystem services, impact assessment, cumulative impacts, and also include ecosystem services valuations among the analyses that are needed for developing a marine spatial plan. The second challenge is related to marine ecosystems being complex and dynamic, and there's a lot of uncertainty, lack of knowledge and data about them. So the recommendation is to use tools, decision supporting tools and modeling to address knowledge gaps, analyze impacts and map ecosystem sensitivity in order to have the necessary holistic view on the status of the marine environment. The third aspect mentioned is related to the ecosystem-based management, as it is understood in different ways by different actors. There is not a unique definition, but a set of principles that can be interpreted and implemented differently. So the recommendation is to include the human dimension into ecosystem-based management by engaging and creating benefits to communities, working in behavior change with incentives, informing on decisions, and monitoring the impacts of the MSP plan. Another challenge is related to the connectivity of the marine protected areas, which need to be science-based. Particularly at the ecosystem scale, connectivity is challenging in terms of identifying what needs to be connected, why and how. So here we are talking about the challenge of transboundary marine spatial planning. So the recommendation is that the scientists need to be aware of the MSP process in place and consider the timeline of this process and understand it as an opportunity for intervention, as an opportunity to contribute to develop a knowledge-based MSP. Another challenge is that connectivity is not straightforward, and how to capture it in the plan, how to enable connectivity. It's unlikely that MSP can be the only mechanism to enable marine protected areas connectivity. So the recommendation is that the connectivity is about enabling ecosystem-based approach and transboundary marine spatial planning, because we know that ecosystems, many ecosystems, they occur beyond boundaries, administrative boundaries. So it means working at the wider scale enables better marine protected area designation and management opportunities. Another issue is related to disconnected MSP and MPA process, which can lead to potentially conflicting uses at borders. For example, an MPA defined next to an oil and gas platform. And the recommendation is that experience shows that enabling successful ecological connectivity is dependent on successful political connectivity. So we must ensure that ecological connectivity is agreed at the decision-making level. So this is an issue because in many countries, MSP and MPAs, they are marine policies that are led by different authorities. So we need more coordination among these authorities. Other key messages related to this pillar are related to the need to focus on the restoration of ecosystems in a holistic approach. We need to remember that we are also in the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. We need guidelines for restoration. Drivers of biodiversity loss need to be addressed as MSP objectives as well, among others. Collaboration between the private sector and NGOs is required to achieve conservation goals. There is also a need to combine sensitivity mapping with spatial designation, as well as a strong framework connecting MSP and MPA processes. And last recommendation is that we need to establish strong frameworks and policies for MSP beyond national jurisdictions. Now I will tell you a bit more about the key messages related to sustainable blue economy. So the challenges identified are, for example, the goal of the sustainable blue economy is to protect nature. We depend on a healthy nature for a sustainable blue economy. Nature has to be seen not as a sector, but as the basis of everything. So it's not exactly a challenge, but it's an aspect that needs to be considered. And the recommendation for that is that ecosystem evaluation is needed to put in place the long-term financial benefits on protecting our seas. MSP has to be the core of the sustainable blue economy, but communications must be treated carefully to make sure that the private sector understands the benefits of this long-term sustainable blue economy. So we are talking here about connecting these two kind of policies, the marine spatial planning and the blue economy strategies, for example. Another aspect that the public sector is responsible for public awareness. Thus, it needs to explain the importance and benefits of the sustainable blue economy. On the other hand, the private sector can support to integrate economic activities with environmental and social sustainability. So this was an aspect raised by some participants. And the recommendations for that are related to the improvement in terms of education. So we need to increase awareness about sustainable blue economy. And another recommendation is connected to innovation, engagement of young generations, and new tools as key aspects for the development of sustainable blue economy in the context of MSP. Other key messages from this topic are related to the importance of popularize the term economic degrowth and define the terms blue growth and sustainable blue economy. There are different perspectives on the two terms, and some are interchangeable and some are controversial. So here is related to the issue that many times people have referred to blue economy as any kind of activity, maritime sector, and this is ocean economy, but a sustainable ocean economy, it's what we mean by a sustainable blue economy. So it's we should not use this term as synonymous. We are talking about blue economy only when we are talking about sustainable ocean economy. And the second key message is related to fisheries and aquaculture. So it was mentioned that aquatic food systems can be considered as good solutions in terms of sustainability. A sustainable aquaculture sector is needed in order to maintain food security at national level. So here it's a sector specific because some of the speakers of the conference, they were connected to a specific sector. Another key message is that blue economy drives industrial transitions. So it's an opportunity for the sectors to transform their process. Another key message is actually something for us to be aware is that there is a race for space. So this fact that in most of the countries, the maritime activities are increasing. And another key message is that we need to go towards safe, balanced and efficient human uses within the carrying capacity of marine ecosystems, separating what needs to be separated and combining what can be combined. So here is related to the multi-uses approach. So we need to investigate what are the uses that can happen in the same area and what are the uses that should not be together because conflicts may arise from that. And the last key message is that we need international cooperation for innovation and integrated approach in order to be able to combine fishery, food, nature, and energy transitions within the multiple spatial challenges. So how we combine all these needs into marine spatial planning. Other key messages that came from Barcelona. In terms of socially sustainable MSP, there is a lack of inclusivity. Social sustainability requires recognition of diversity, rights, needs, indigenous knowledge, etc. Representation of stakeholders, it's also a requirement, and the distribution of risks and benefits. So these key messages here to remember us that when we are talking about sustainable blue economy, we are not only talking about the economic benefits, but we need to also ensure social benefits and environmental benefits, of course. And the other key message is that assessment of social well-being is needed for the description of the baseline, for the description of the current conditions in place, and also for the development of scenario, and also for the development of the monitoring and evaluation of MSP. So socioeconomic data collection is essential for MSP, and according to the participants, it's not so expensive, but it must be well informed. So it must be done by experts on social aspects. Another key message is that support to relevant stakeholders to actively participate in the MSP planning process should be encouraged. We know that for some stakeholders, for some actors, it's easier to participate than others. So mechanisms that ensure the participation of all stakeholders should be in place. Other key messages, new modes of co-creative cooperation among ocean actors should be developed in order to overcome the challenge and move beyond business as usual. So here the cooperation among the different stakeholders. So this is why MSP is an opportunity for sustainable blue economy, because it has this role of bringing the different sectors together. And the last key message from this slide is that we need a sustainable blue recovery that supports synergies with livelihoods and the marine environment. We must consider the ocean as a lifeline that should be preserved and restored to support socioeconomic resilience. So again, here, remembering us that sustainable blue economy is not only about economic objectives, but also environmental objectives and social objectives. With that, I've finished my presentation about the key messages from our MSP events in Barcelona. We will have a report about these two events soon available on the MSP Global website. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Michelle. So your talk is very straightforward and tackle to the point, including the marine protection, restoration, and blue economy. And I really wish that we can all access to the MSP Global website soon to see the report. So I don't think that we will have a question now. So I'm going to move to the second talk, which is about the MSP accelerating by Professor Shiwei from First Institute of Oceanography, Ministry of Natural Resources, China, which is he clearly show his CV in front of the screen. So please, the floor is yours, Xiwang.
Thank you, Swanak. Okay, I'll start my presentation. Today's session, the topic is marine protection, restoration, and blue economy. Just as the topic from Michelle and Mr. Vinci, we know in this region, maybe the more important thing is to develop blue economy. I mean, the marine protection restoration is not important. I just say the more important thing for this region is blue economy, because most of the countries in this region is developing countries. So today, in this third keywords, so I focus on blue economy, MSP accelerating blue economy for this region. So next slide, please. So this is also the keywords from the third international conference. I think it means in developing a sustainable blue economy, the increasing demand for maritime space for various use, as well as the marketplace purchase on marine and coastal resources, requires an integrated approach to ocean management. As a political process of allocating and allocating parts of the marine space to specific use to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives, marine space planning provides a way to organize the use of sea space and the interactions among users and between users and the marine environment. So, why we need that? So next slide, please. Next. So we think with the rapid development of ocean-based industries, the blue economy is increasingly being recognized as an attractive area for investment with a greater potential for economic growth, innovation, and employment creation in the coming decades. It includes interest sectors such as fisheries, oil and gas extraction, maritime transport, and tourism, as well as new and emerging industries such as those related to ocean energy, blue biotechnology, and marine minerals. So next. So when we're developing this, we're facing so manufacturers. So what's a challenge to developing a suitable polynomial? We usually think the following following parts. First is search to ecosystem service. That's we need to use the ecosystem to make the ecosystem value to be the value of the economy. And the second is lack of resources, governance, integration, and sector collaboration. That's why I think MSP can provide to meet this need. And the second, the third part is key sector challenges such as overexploitation and IUU phasing, environmental impacts, special use conflicts, and social lessons to operate in the offshore renewable sector, and the environmental and social impacts in the coastal and the maritime sector, and environmental impacts in maritime. So what MSP can do for this? So we think MSP as an enabler of economy, it can promote multi-use as well as identify sites for new and emerging use, and can provide a tool for increasing investor confidence by introducing transparency and predictability. This is very important when we know which area can be used for which functions. The investor, they have the confidence to do the invest. That's very important. And the third, MSP may also facilitate filling critical knowledge gaps on the ocean and key sectors. And also transboundary MSP can foster collaboration across boundaries for regional development. Next. So we think MSP provides a way to organize the use of the ocean space and the interactions among users. So we think MSP is like a leader of the blue economic development. The following is some cases. Next. In this part, we have some cases, but here, first I want to introduce a case from the European and some practice or lessons we learned from this case. For this case, we think MSP as an enabler of a UN renewable energy stage. The UN is leading the way in the development of and the rollout of offshore renewable energy technologies. The European Commission has set a target to reach state capacity of 16 GW from offshore wind by 2030 and 300 GW by 2015, complemented by 14 GW of ocean energy and other emerging technologies such as floating wind and solar by 2050. Achieving these targets will require identifying and using a much larger number of sites for offshore renewable energy production and connections to the power transmission grid. So this is just a case. From this case, we can get this following lessons next. The studies identifies MSP as having a key role in developing the renewable energy targets, stating that MSP is able to mitigate conflicts between policy priorities while also creating synergies between economic sectors, as well as protect the valuable marine ecosystem. The studies goes on to note that integrating offshore renewable energy development objectives when developing a national marine space plan based on national energy and climate plan so challenge would signal to business and investors the government's interaction with regard to the future development of the renewable offshore sector, having both the purpose plan ahead. So this is a case from UN. Next. This another case, MSP can accelerate blue economy, mainly focus on ecosystem-based fishery management and the importance of maritime savannas. Success story from Turkey. In 2012, a system was established for training and employing local fishery as marine ranger and equipping them with faster boat bodies to work together with the Coast Guard to monitor activity. Now, these actions, among others, have led to a significant recovery of fish stocks and an increase in fishery income, as dramatic increase in abundance of some species have been recorded in comparison to previous years. So what we got the lessons from this case next. The success of this project highlights that where management authorities, resources users, and other stakeholders are willing to work together to achieve common objectives, good management outcomes are possible. The process was supported by appropriate communication studies and well-designed awareness activities. So this is another case, the last case. Please, next. A case from China. As we know, China, we have a very comprehensive MSP regulation system. It including multifunction ruling, marine ownership management, and paid system of sea areas. Now, in the last 20 or 30 years, we have passed a third round of national and provincial function ruling, and now we are working for the fourth round of multi-special planning. So what we got from this, here is some key pillars. First is the gross ocean product maintained at an average annual growth rate of 7.5%. And it's an old world number, but in 2017, gross ocean product is 7,611 billion, accounting for 9.4% of GDP, and 36.57 million ocean-related important person working for this ocean economy for this blue economy. So this is what we got from the last few years MSP global project. And next, so for the conclusion, we got a third conclusion. First is a suitable ocean economy offers a pathway for economic development, where blue growth doesn't mean compressing sustainability. Marine plan should apply the ecosystem-based approach centered on the recognition that value creation based on the suitable use of marine resources dependent on health, ocean, and on species and habitat diversity. Next. And knowledge for marine management and innovation are the key for developing a sustainable blue economy. And next. And we also think cooperation for sustainable development is critical. A sustainable blue economy is dependent largely on cooperation among the users of marine space. Without cooperation and partnership, the possibility of sustainable development of ocean-based industry will be significantly reduced. MSP provides a venue for collaboration at local and national level and across the board. So collaboration among state agencies, the private sector, academic, local community, and funding bodies creates an environment with permit suitable sustainable development. So next. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuwei. Yep. Okay. Chuwei giving us about how they use the MSP to accelerate blue economy development in the regions, as well as I think 3 case studies. So we get some, some significant point from the first speakers and the second speakers. So we keep it in mind for the time being. If anyone have any question, want to further discussion, keep it. We get back to you very soon. Okay, now I would like to take the third part of this session, that is about the panel dialogue, which contain 1, 2, 3, 5 persons from different countries, and We have the first one, we have the panelists, the first one from the government agency, which will be speak by Mr. Ukrit Setapumin. He is the director of the Conservation Divisions, Department of Marine Conservation, no, Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources, actually. And we will hear from his talk in terms of government agency perspective. Okay, please, Ukrit, this is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sulak. Hi, and good day to all participants. I'm glad to join this regional MSP forum for the Western Pacific. My name is Ukrit Setapumin, Director of Marine and Coastal Resource Conservation Division of the Department of Marine and Coastal Resource of Thailand. I'm heading a task that has involved several aspects of marine and coastal resource management, including marine and coastal habitat restoration, artificial reef installation program, establishment of appropriate measure for conservation and management. Yeah, and also another aspect is on the strengthening sustainable management approach and tool, including marine protected area and marine spatial planning. Today, I would like to share with you some exercise on marine spatial planning in Thailand. So I would like to first thank the IOC Westpac for inviting me to join the forum. Next slide, please. It is well recognized that sea and ocean play important roles in maintaining life and livelihood of people through the ecosystem services. Marine-based economic activity are expanding to accommodate either national or global socio-economic growth and development. However, growing demand on marine resources extraction and the use of ocean space, in particular following unsustainable or irresponsible development of marine activity, has resulted in a drastic decline in ocean health. Persistent form of anthropogenic threats such as pollution, overexploitation of resources, and habitat destruction, and also the emerging environmental issues such as the climate change consequence like hypoxia, ocean acidification, elevated temperature, and so forth, had weakened the ability of the sea and ocean to provide vital ecosystem service. Furthermore, socioeconomic drawbacks stemming from user conflict or disagreement in locating complex maritime activity has been posed more complication. As being branded in the sustainability paradigm, blue economy can play the key role in transforming current marine-based economic activity into a more sustainable and inclusive economy. In addition, marine spatial planning is one among other management approaches to accommodate blue economy development and implementation. Next slide. The implementation of MSP in Thailand has been done as pilot project in 3 areas, namely Got Lan, Got Si Chang, both in the Chonburi province in the eastern part of the Gulf of Thailand, and Phang Bay in the Andaman Sea that enclosed by 3 provinces, including Phuket, Phang Nga, and Krabi province. Next, MSP at Got Lan was initiated under the framework of Thailand-China Cooperation on Marine in early 2016 to address environmental degradation and also youth conflict among complex marine tourism and recreational activities. Baseline information and spatial mapping of environmental condition together with human activity in the area were done. Human use conflict and compatibility were also analyzed. Next. As shown in the slide, the zoning scheme was categorized into 9 uses areas such as pier area, swimming area, scuba area, and also seawater area. These suggested uses area are currently under development of regulatory and legislative measure by responsible authority concerned. Next. The MSP practice has been extended to Got Si Chang, where the utilization of marine areas is more complex, including cargo ship traffic and anchoring, fishery, tourism, and coastal conservation activities. disposal and of substance during good transferring process from barge to container carrier has caused contamination and degraded water quality and also coral reef nearby. Next, following the step of MSP development process, a draft zoning scheme is present and suggesting 4 major zones, including development area, sustainable fishery and mariculture area, community resident and tourism area, and also the environmental conservation and rehabilitation area. And next, to broaden the coverage area of MSP practice in Thailand, we select the Phang Bay as another one pilot project in Thailand. Phang Bay has a diverse and flourishing marine resources. Meanwhile, there are many maritime activity being developed and increased over time. There is a tendency of a conflict, foreign development policy and different authority in the area. Next. Following the completion of a baseline information collection and spatial mapping and analysis of human use conflict and compatibility is underway. Stakeholder participation has been emphasized during this course of action. And next slide. The national scale MSP in Thailand is not in the advanced stage. To conform with the National Reform Plan, the Office of National Security Council is responsible for the coordinating body of the national level MSP. The establishment of an interministerial structure has just been designated, actually just a few months ago, in the form of subcommittee under the National Maritime Interest Policy Committee. Formulation of the national level MSP could become apparent in the years to come, I think. At present, the national MSP roadmap is adapting to include the development of marine data and geographic information portal system, synthesis of the policy and plan for maritime activity and marine area utilization and protection, and also to review of relevant laws and regulation, and enhancing MSP knowledge and understanding, including capacity building, and also promote stakeholder engagement. So the roadmap is the thing that the subcommittee will work and follow up the progress in the future. And thank you for your attention. And so back to you, Madam Moderator.
Okay, thanks very much, Ukrit, for your strong talk about the Thai marine spatial planning, including the national mechanism, which is just initiated, as well as a few cases with related to initiation of MSP in Thailand. So next, I would like to go to the research or academia sectors, which will be given a talk by Mr. Ario Dammers. Please, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to share our experience in the implementation of MSP and its impact on both ecological and also economic impacts in the case of Bontang City, Indonesia. I'm Ario Dammers. I'm a professor at the Department of Aquatic Resources Management, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, IPB University, Indonesia. And as we've been aware before, that actually the MSP, Marine Spatial Planning, is a very fundamental role in the long process of integrated coastal management. So here it is very clearly seen that the position of MSP is part of the coastal management and marine management of the area. So hence it is very important to have this marine spatial planning before we able to define further ICM steps in a particular area. This is the diagram showing that the position of marine spatial planning is a very important process of the ICM process. Here also through the diagram, which I adopted from Dr. Chua Tia Eng, where showing that the position of MSP actually is a very basic, very fundamental. And in this MSP, actually, we are also having and setting up a long-term goal of the implementation of ICM in the area, and also the all other management steps are being able to be defined after we have this marine spatial planning. So the case that I would like to share with you is located in Bontang City, Indonesia. It is located in the easternmost tip of Borneo Island. This is the map of marine spatial planning of the Bontang City, Indonesia, where this already adopted as the local government regulation 2012, where it has also the marine protected area on this MSP. And simply because only 5 minutes given to me to share this, so the impacts of the implementation of MSP in the area after the local government of Bontang City conducted a survey and also monitoring and evaluation, it can be divided into 3 main impacts. The first is ecological, social, and economic. The ecological impact of the MSP implementation is this able to reduce a rapid degradation of coral reef ecosystem and mangrove ecosystem in the area, and also able to guard the area, especially inside the marine conservation area. And then social impact that being delivered after the implementation of MSP is reduction of spatial conflicts among stakeholders in the Bontang City area especially, and the economic impact, which is the main goal of the implementation of MSP. We're able to improve the fish production, both capture and also aquaculture, and it is ultimately able to improve the local fisherman income through this fisherman income increases, and also through the tourism activity increases, it is also detected in the area. So here in detail, the mangrove density increases of the area, and then the hard coral coverage increases of the area, and then also seaweed production increases, and fisheries production increases, and number of tourists increases in the area. So at the end, it can be concluded that the implementation of MSP able to deliver significant impacts both on ecological and also socio-economical impact in the area. And also it's able to provide a basic fundamental for better management of marine protected area in the Bontang City area. So in the long run, it will be able to achieve sustainable development goals of the area. So I think that's all that I would like to share because time limited. So then thank you so much for this opportunity and have a productive workshop. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aryo from IPB University, Indonesia, who has given us about the linkage of the MSP and ICM. And also he gave us about the one case study in Indonesia that seems that MSP is achieved. It's leading to the blue economy in some ways, and also it's connecting to the conservation outcomes in ecological, social, and economic. So let's see which is another aspect from Korea. So we move to the third speaker from Korea, which is Miss Kim from Citizen Institute for Environmental Study Korea, please.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum and for the opportunity to give a presentation on MSP with some NGOs perspectives. So without further delay, I would like to start my presentation. Yes, that's the slide. Thank you. Given the time I got, which is 5 minutes, my presentation is just simply through a question about how much the public's awareness of marine protection and their desire are reflected actually in MSP process. As mentioned earlier, I have been working on expanding MPA's marine protected areas. So I would like to share some results from the study by Roche et al. Published in 2018. The first graph on your left is response of the question if marine environment is under threat. As you can see, overall 70% respondents answered yes, the marine environment is under threat. The next graph on your right is showing what threats oceans are facing. As you can see, in order, pollution, fishing, habitat alteration, climate change, and so on. Can you just click to show another graph? Yes, thank you. The last graph shows about 73% of respondents were in favor of or support for marine protected areas in their region or country. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our institute, in collaboration with the Advocate for Public Interest Law, we conducted together a similar survey asking if MPAs, marine protected areas, need to be expanded. As you can see here, a majority of respondents, 87%, agreed. So we know that there is a large public support for MPAs, but how much this support is actually being reflected in MSP process and implementation is in question. So this is also linked to current MSP process in not only Korea, but also other countries with issues with participation and transparency. As you can see, these are challenging issues. Next slide, please. Thank you. Limited public engagement and participation, lack of transparency in MSP processes, lack of communications among different stakeholders and the government. So I would like to take this opportunity for asking MSP process should include more stakeholders participation, including NGOs who can deliver the public awareness and their desire. In addition, we know that there is a clear difference between MSP and MPAs in their objectives. MSP is to allocate marine space more clearly and wisely so that they do not conflict with each other. And I think many other previous speakers already mentioned it. But this is mainly to make the best use of marine resources and to minimize their environmental impact. So, but there are still some studies also how to link MSP and MPAs, which is a challenging task. So I'd like to emphasize that we need to come up with some solution how we can make this link between MSP and MPAs more effectively, and how we lead direct public engagement with MSP process. So with that, this is all my short presentation today, and I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your nice talk about the people perceptions, about the need for MPA more, and about some kind of limited, what to say, enabling condition for supporting MSP in Korea. So we are going to move to the 4 speakers. This is actually from the Mr. Yu Long Lui. Forgive me if I spell your name not correctly.
Yes.
That was about the water transportation consultant, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay. My working area is three area: harbor city comprehensive development, basin comprehensive development, and ocean development consultant. And next, next page. I will introduce MSP project in Fiji. The project background. The Marine Spatial Planning Academy of China Oceanic Development Foundation was established in December 2018. As a member, we began to undertake the marine spatial planning in Fiji of the cooperation of MSP for Silk Road and island countries in January 2019. Next page. Thank you. And the first year, we finished the data collection and survey and several special report study and preliminary MSP study. And in 2020, we mainly communicated with our Fiji partner PIDF and conducted several review and further revision. And the final report was formed in October 2020. Next page. Our planning strategy. Based on the analysis of perceptions and strengths, we summarize the 4 phases. Phase 1, ideal geographical location as a hub. Phase 2, unique resource advantages and high biological diversity. Phase 3, sustained economic growth and an open trade environment. Phase 4, stable social development and war and honest people. We also analyze the situation and the issues. We summarize the also 4 phases. Phase 1, frequent tropical storms and complex seabed topography. Phase 2, disorderly resource development and severe environmental situation. Phase 3, undiversified development and utilization means and urgent development needs. And phase 4, great focus on private property rights and high challenge in unified control. Next page. Then we give our development strategy protection and maintenance, interconnection, regulation and order, exploration and improvement, inheritance and development. Next page, thank you. Our planning objective is to improve integrated marine management by coordinating conflicts and compatibility of human uses of the sea, including inheritance of customers and traditions, protection of ecological environment, and the development of blue economy. And also we can provide a broad access of investment for the members of the International Alliance of Blue Economy. Next page. We plan 2 scenarios 6 major categories of CEOs and 11 subcategories of CEOs, including 3 mixed areas, namely mix of community of tourism, mix of ecology and tourism, mix of ecology and community. When focusing on development, these 3 areas are mainly implemented according to the management requirements of urban and tourism area. And when focusing on environment protection, these 3 areas are mainly implemented according to the management requirements of ecological areas. Next page, thank you. We also summarize the 6 blue economy vision, namely coastal tourism, port and shipping, aquatic industry, commerce and finance, culture and exhibition, energy and development, based on these 6 blue economy direction, we gave out 20 development project, and then we gave the suggestion layout on this map. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thanks very much for giving us a number of projects and initiatives to the Blue Economy visions. So next we are going to the last speakers, which is because Miss Apana Pratap has a very urgent activities, so we will have a person who speak in represent of her, which is Henry.
Sure. So thank you. Good morning and good afternoon to you all tuned in this forum. On behalf of Ms. Apana Pratap, the Director of Blue Economy for Pacific Islands Development Forum, I'll be sitting in today to deliver her presentation due to a last-minute commitment on her part. So can we move on to the next slide, please? Next slide. Thank you. Sorry, go back. Yes. Thank you. Today's presentation is just basically to highlight the process briefs of the works that has already been surrounding marine spatial planning in the Pacific Small Island Development States, in which I will be highlighting the MSP processes that has already been done in country-wise. So first of all, knowing that the most Pacific Island countries, the jurisdiction is the sea. Therefore, it is where majority of the biodiversity is found, including its cultural, social, and economic value. The Pacific Island countries have rich natural capital, therefore governments and stakeholders require information in order to locate and manage this capital. So this is where marine spatial planning is utilized, is an approach to realize the benefits that this rich natural capital has. And there have already been works carried out to realize the MSP works that has already been done across the Pacific. Example, the Marine and Coastal Biodiversity Management in Pacific Island Countries project, the MACBio project, which aims to support countries that are embarking upon MSP processes. And also the MSP toolkit for the Pacific, which is a 10-step process that was co-developed by the IUCN. Next slide, please. So the marine spatial planning process brief in the Pacific, I'll be going country-wise, and I'll try to go briefly upon across all the countries that is in this presentation. So first of all, Fiji and Tonga. So Fiji has committed to a national network of 30% marine protected areas. And in the same sense, Fiji is designating 30% of its 1.2 million kilometers of ocean within its EZ as marine protected areas. Within and achieving 100% sustainable management of its EEZ by 2030. It's also important to note that Fiji has published its first national ocean policy, which is enshrined in law as part of the proposed climate change legislation in Fiji. For Tonga, the Tonga government recognized the importance of spatial planning since 2012 with the launch of their National Spatial Planning Act. And Tonga's voluntary commitments includes marine spatial plan, including a network of 30% marine protected areas by 2020. In 2021, the Tongan government has approved the Tongan Ocean Management Plan that ensures sustainable management of the country's EEZ. Next slide, please. So for Kiribati and Solomon Islands, interestingly, for Kiribati established the Phoenix Island Protected Area in 2006, which is one of the large-scale marine protected areas in the world, in which it constitutes around 11% of its EEZ. And therefore, the government of Kiribati is now moving into the direction of initiating marine special plan processes in its islands, as well as finalizing steps for institutionalizing functional ocean governance, committees and policy instruments to oversee a broad range of issues concerning the EEZ of Kiribati. For Solomon Islands, in 2018, the National Ocean Policy for the Solomon Islands was launched, in which the Solomon Islands described marine spatial planning in their National Ocean Policy as an intersectoral and participatory planning process and tools that seek to balance ecological, economic, and social objectives, aiming for sustainable marine resource use and prosperous blue economies. The strategies for developing a National Ocean Governance Act in Solomon Islands and regulations will allow for the development of a national marine spatial plan. Next slide, please. So for Vanuatu, Vanuatu's National Ocean Policy states that marine spatial planning is also an integral part of ecosystem-based ocean management. So in 2015, the National Committee on Maritime Boundary Delimitation established the Ocean Policy Subcommittee, which is tasked to work as the Ocean Policy Implementation Subcommittee and comprises line ministries who have interest in the ocean. So in 2016, Vanuatu also launched its National Ocean Policy and is committed to a marine spatial plan, which includes a network of marine protected areas. Moving over to Nauru. So in 2016, an MSP training workshop was carried out in the Republic of Nauru, which aims to introduce MSP to relevant government authorities, communities, and NGOs in order to build capacity on MSP principles and assist in the draft of an MSP plan for Nauru. And for the Federal States of Micronesia, in early 2022, the governor signed the Declaration of Commitment to Blue Prosperity Micronesia to develop marine spatial plan for Chuuk's coastal waters. So the overall goal of the Micronesia Challenge is to protect and effectively manage 50% of coastal territory and 30% of terrestrial territory by 2030. Next slide, please. So for the Republic of Marshall Islands and Niue, the Marshall Islands had committed to effectively conserve 30% of nearshore coastal and marine resources by 2020 under the Micronesian Challenge. So marine spatial planning has been incorporated in the National Reef to Ridge Program document of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And the program highlights the need for action in improved management of ocean and coastal fisheries as one of the focal areas. So for the government and the people of Niue, in collaboration with the Tofia Niue through the Niue Ocean-wide public-private partnership, have implemented a new marine legislation passed in November 2021, which will ensure sustainable use across its entire EEZ and sovereign waters, while also contributing to the to the global environment, climate action, and key sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. So for the last three countries in Palau, in 2015, Palau National Marine Sanctuary Act was enacted into law, So this act mandates the closure of 80% of Palau's EZ to commercial fishing and all extractive activities by 2020. On the other hand, in Tuvalu, there's a need for a national ocean policy arise due to the importance of the ocean and its resources to the people of Tuvalu in terms of culture, food, and economy, and the need to protect and sustainably manage Tuvalu's natural resources in an integrated way. And therefore, the process to create the ocean policy in Tuvalu must be locally driven with the procedures for inclusive and respectful consultation. And finally, for Cook Islands, the Maritime Moana Act 2017 established the Maritime Moana within the waters of the Cook Islands and provides for its integrated management. So the MSPs will be the first for Maritime Moana, the primary planning instruments under the Act, and will have legacy impacts for at least the next 10 years. And it is critically important that the legislative and regulatory basis for MSPs is progressive and sound at the outset, so that any deficiencies will remain in the system for the medium to long term. And finally, next slide, please. So to conclude, the concept of marine spatial planning is not new, as countries are already applying aspects of marine spatial planning. They're already enacting laws regarding marine spatial planning to be enshrined in the national legislations. And finally, a more holistic MSP process can improve marine resource management by setting aside areas that need protection and areas of human uses, which will, as a result, will reduce conflict, increase the certainty, and maximizes the social, economic, and ecological benefits that the ocean has to offer for the Pacific people. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your nice talk, with a lot of information to giving us the current, I would say, the current status of several countries in Pacific Island countries.
Thank you very much. I think let's take the opportunity, to gather some information to look at, what kind of MSP practitioners, where you come from and which community, because in the morning session, I think we invite speakers from different sectors, right? We have government representative from government agency, we have a representative from NGO, we have representative from research communities. So now let's look at to set a baseline for the future MSP development in the region. So I saw the question already projected in front on your screen, right? There are two questions. Done. Okay. Let's see the result. I think you also got a result that projected on your screen. I think more than 60% from Southeast Asia, 30% from East Asia. We also have some people, our colleagues from South Asia and also European America and also Oceania. For the second question, which community? That's good. I think we still saw all the, I think 6 key communities. We have, some members engaged in today's regional forum, but with the most prominent group from the ocean policy and management and the research and academia. It's good. We also have some from early career ocean professional and NGOs. I think thank you very much. I think this will be serve a baseline, for our future MSP development. So from the survey, I think 2 questions today, you can see clearly what's the major stakeholder group in terms of MSP, from the region, right? So I think the ocean policy, I'm very glad to see the results that, with the ocean policy and research community, NGO and career has representative for this meeting. So thank you very much for your, for joining the poll questions. So I will give the floor back to our moderator.
Okay, thanks, Wansi. So can I get back to I think we have 4 questions that were written in the chat. Okay, so I will read and see whether who is going to answer. Some some question is direct to specific speakers. Let's say question number 1. Is there any developed initiative on transboundary MSP in the Western Pacific region? Number 2, followed by Dina's question, what is the future plan for the TMSP study in these regions? If the first answer is yes, so come to the second answers. And the third one, there is a person asking about what is the buffer distance for MSP onshore and offshore. It seems that this is not going to, pay the land and sea interaction, but have to interested to see whether there is a buffer clearly between offshore and onshore. And the last one is the question to Yulong Lee. Sorry, in the last slide, there is a question mentioning about regarding the culture and exhibition visions. There are specific zones in the coastal and marine area allocated for that activities. Okay, so let's say, what about, I'm going to the fourth question first for Yulong Louis. Can you respond to this question first?
Because we have planned urban and tourism area in the coastal area, and we have planned the city and the tourism sales area on the main island of Fiji. It's all around the main island, the waiting level, and this area is for the culture and exhibition, and the land related to this area, we have suggest some projects. We can see next page. Next page. Next page. That's the number. Okay, that's number 14 to number 17. We have listed on this map. All this, for example, this is the coastal area. This is for the culture and the exhibition area. Am I making it clear?
Okay. So many thanks for your question, which is for some extent to qualify to Dina, Yulita. Okay, so before I'm going back to the previous 3 questions that I already read, I would like to get back to in terms of different sectors to represent some question to the overall group discussion tomorrow. Okay, I have a question, for instance, for the government sectors. For the government sectors, do you think in your capacity, which is, I think this is as the government agency, in your capacities as a government officials in Thailand, that is in a particular for Thailand, can you illustrate with some example the lesson you learned from MSP development in Thailand? Please, Mr. Ukrit.
Thank you for your question. For the MSP development in Thailand, it seems to be, in the quite young stage, because it has been started as a pilot project in 2016, about 5 to 6 years ago, and mostly meant to be done for the development and implementation of MSP in Thailand. And after the MSP has been endorsed within the National Reform Plan under the 20 years national strategy, like 2018 to 2037, as a tool for managing marine and coastal resources, there is still impaired progress due to several difficulty and constraint. I would like to highlight some critical concern that may include the limited widening understanding of the MSP concept among complex stakeholders and deficient engagement of a multi-sectoral authority and also a lack of high-level institutional and governance structure. As I explained in my deliberation, is that the development of MSP at pilot site has become only the recommended plan. It has not yet been fully implemented, in particular in terms of regulatory endorsement by relevant authorities. And for the case of Thailand, I think maritime activities and policy had been involved by several government entities, not by single centralized entity. So it is most important to strengthen policy dialogue on national level per MSP in the country. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very clear answer with regard to in terms of yours lesson you learned from MSP development in Thailand. I got a number of key messages that you're talking. So the next question I would like to ask for the Henry for the last speakers. As a MSP practitioners in SID countries, what do you think the key practical step or processes are toward the formulation of MSP in the SIDS country? Is say that he need to leave the forum to attend another meetings. So I will pass this question. I go to another question. Let's say for the NGO, now for the NGO. Okay, that is in particular for Miss Kim. Miss Kim, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. So I would like to discuss about the topic as the NGO from your perspective. What role the NGO can and shall play from your MSP practices in Korea?
Yes. I mean, I don't know about other countries like Japan or China, but in Korea we have very few campaigners working on marine issues. So, like for example, we have very few people actually closely following up on these MSP issues. So we really need to get more people to give more input, thoughts about marine conservation to our government. Because MSP is mainly focused on marine relevant industry and sea uses that really brings NGOs concerns. So we need a very wise balance between marine conservation and uses. But I have not seen this balance, quite there yet. So especially with the industry's interest always comes first before the conservation. So that kind of balance really needed to be made. And lastly, I would like to just mention about the importance of international collaboration of NGOs, especially this area, Asia and Pacific region. For example, Northeast Asia, there is a troubled water among China, Japan, and Korea. So we would like to, for example, start thinking about, designating those areas as marine protected areas as part of MSP, so that we can, manage those areas together for, ecological benefits. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, very, very much. Thank you to you too. So it seems even you think the MSP is not much clear yet in Korea, but as a role of NGO, you aware that we need to voice to the governments whether or not they balance between the conservation and economic sectors, right? And it is also possible that a network among Korea, Japan, or China, right? In terms of a bigger pictures, That is very good. That is very good. Yes. Okay. Thanks very much. And
Thank
another
you.
question. I would like to ask the private sectors. Before if we have sufficient times, we're going back to the 3 questions remain in the chat. Okay. So this one for the private or business sectors. Could you please share your perspective how private or business sector can contribute to the MSP process, which is in particular to Mr. Yulong, China Communication Consultant, please.
Okay. I think it's mainly through looking for investment opportunities and planning some projects in the process of marine spatial planning, and then through connecting some investment companies within the business scope, we strive to bring investment to the local blue economy development. For example, in Fiji's MSP, we have planned 20 projects and are currently looking for relevant investment companies.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So I think that we have sufficient time until what time that we have to close this session? Sorry, 12 or 11:30. Can I just get back to the pool question? No, not pool, the chat question. Okay, so perhaps I think this one, whether or not we have a developed, is there any developed initiative on transboundary MSP in the Western Pacific regions that I would ask Won-si, can you respond to this one, please?
Yes. Thank you. I will try to answer this question.
Yep.
So we need to understand what the definition of transboundary MSP first. This is the transboundary before the in between the city, or in between the country, or in between the ecosystem. Right? I think maybe here most probably you refer to the cross-border MSP. That means the MSP cross the borders of neighboring countries, right? Right? If you talk about transboundary MSP within the country, I think there are many. As you can say, in Japan, in Korea has provincial plan, national plan, China national plan, provincial plan, Indonesia also almost done all the provincial MSP at provincial plan, natural MSP. In terms of cross-border MSP, I think in this region, they are under consultation. We have several large marine ecosystem projects. And also, as you heard today, we also expect to integrate the transboundary MSP into the TDA process, that strategic action program for transboundary diagnosis, right? TDA assessment. So this is something, a movement about the cross-border MSP in this region. But so far, there's no concrete cross-border MSP are available in this region. But there's something, as I mentioned here, there's one area that the UN Ocean Action aims to work on in the near future. So that will depend how much achievement we will make in the near future, how much trust, understanding, mutual understanding that could be further built on through this UN Decade Ocean actions in the near future. So this is my answer to the TMSP. For the for the second question, distance, right? I think a distance between online buffer distance for MSP onshore and offshore.
Yep.
As I understood, please criticize me. I think MSP provides not only a tool, but it's very important process, the participatory process for engaging different stakeholders in this process in order to address the conflict of use. right? And also achieve one side ecosystem sustainability, on the other side, blue economy. So the buffer zone distance is very much dependent on the consultation among different stakeholders. And also, of course, building on natural science data and also socioeconomic data as well. So my personal opinion, I think there's no standard, approach to the buffer distance. I think a country, the geographic, hydrological, geographic, socioeconomic condition also vary from one to another. So very need to look into the issue on case by case basis. So for the third question, I think they ask about what's a key aspect to accelerate the value chain from science and tool toward well-informed MSP process. This is a very complex question, I would say. There are many key aspects, but there are two, I would say, very important aspects for accelerating the value chain. First, I think we need to understand, the public awareness about the importance of the science research, right, to support the socio-economic development. This is one. The awareness should be there. Second, I think also, this is something our ocean scientific community need to understand, or need to enhance, or need to have social responsibility. Science need to serve the people, need to serve the society. So that's why I think we very much support the spirit of UN Decade Ocean Science to get engaged, to get the marine scientific community with other diverse stakeholders together, not only to develop science, but also to provide ocean science solution. So if that two primary aspects could be addressed, I think the process for accelerating the value chain from science, service, solution, and finally achieving the sustainable development, will be expedited. This is my understanding. So they are very, I think, a very complex process and require long-term efforts. But we need to start acting now with the opportunity provided by not only UN Decade Ocean Science, but also UN Decade Ecosystem Restoration and other, regional international initiatives. So I hope I made answer clear, right? Thank you very much. Yeah, I give the floor back to, moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Wen-Thi, that you have made clear to a number of questions that were thrown in the chat box. So, is there any question or any discussion that anyone would like to share with us more? Please. So if this session is going to close at 12, am I right?
Almost punctual.
Huh?
In just a 15 minutes delay. That's
I'm
okay.
sorry?
Almost on the track. Almost reasonably on time.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. Just I like to make a very short conclusion with regard to the whether or not the MSP and how it could support our marine protection, ecosystem restoration, and blue economy in the regions. We come up with some several key recommendations according to Michelle. I think that is a very good and very clear. And also we have a number of case studies across our region, China, Thailand, Indonesia, and also some kind of consultant, private sectors also about MSP in China, as well as we have a current status of the SID countries. And interestingly, we also have some kind of NGO, the role of NGO in accelerating the MSP, that is very good. So I meant that in this session, it seems clear to us that it's like very well accepted. We accept that MSP is a tool. It's a good tool too. If we use it properly, if we understand it properly, then it will deliver our ocean to the blue economy at the end. And why we believe in that way, we still have some limitation in terms of understanding in the same way. We have make clarification whether the process we are using is really enabling the MSP in the regions. I think that is the big pictures of our discussion in this morning session. And if there is no more question, no more discussion, I would like to ask the Secretariat whether or not we can close this session. So I turn the floor to the Secretariat, please.
I thank you very much for joining this morning session, and thank you, Swalak, for moderating this session. I think let's start the meeting. I mean, close the morning session now, and also come back in 40 minutes. I think at 12:30 sharp for the third session in terms of capacity development and the knowledge support.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
12:40.
Take a break. Yeah, 12:30.
Okay, good.
Right.
Okay, so thanks everyone. So we now close the session and enjoy your lunch.
Pentingnya laut bagi masyarakat Kertasari dan juga saya, karena kehidupan kami memang di laut dan untuk menghidupi anak-anak kami sehari-harinya.
It is a location with major biodiversity, and this contribute huge amount to our economies.
It is storing a large amount of heat, and that is driving eventually not only the weather phenomenon like cyclones, but also the El Nino Southern Oscillation. The heat travel all the way to the northern Greenland and also the Antarctic region.
You can see some biological disaster like algae bloom, like oxygen depletion.
Our fish stock is depleting. We are losing our coral reef from 40 to 50%. These are all the ecosystems that is going to support the economy. If we are now losing all these natural resources, then we are actually moving towards a future that is very scary.
We can provide information of ocean currents and temperature to fishermen and tell them which areas might be vulnerable for fishing at certain period of the year to reduce the impact of fishery on the marine ecosystem.
I've been working with a group of communities dealing with oyster farming. They know that protecting the mangrove itself will help them to generate more income to support their family and also the community itself as a whole.
They can use the achievement from science for development of their sectors and to have a good policy for management of the resources and for sustainable use of the resources.
We have to ensure that we will not make any pollution or make some of the impact that would affect the ocean. This ocean science also helping us to ensure that our operation could have less impact and also could help our design for the equipment, for the platform, for everything.
不言而喻，西太平洋的海洋健康对中国和其他区域国家实现可持续发展目标至关重要。
The UN Decade of Ocean Science presents a lot of exciting opportunities for me as an early career ocean scientist. Opportunities to collaborate, to build research capabilities, and to co-design research and co-create solutions not only for scientists but also for other stakeholders as well.
The Ocean Decade is a wake-up call. We got to pay attention to the ocean as well, not only the atmosphere.
世界海洋是连通的，跨学科、跨领域、跨地区的系统性合作研究与共同行动，才能找到解决问题的有效方法，保护好、利用好我们的海洋，实现人类与海洋的和谐发展。
It provides a very good platform to create a better knowledge to be shared, and that will actually create a better future for all of us.
The knowledge support and capacity development. So the development, implementation, and evaluation of marine spatial planning requires detailed and a broad spectrum of information and knowledge on ecological and socio-economic conditions, as well as their interdependencies. So, but however, marine spatial planning in most countries, in particularly small island developing states in this region, is still in the initiating process. So therefore, knowledge sharing and capacity development is essential to assist countries in developing marine spatial planning and accelerating the MSP in this region. So this session, we will share the views of various MSP practitioners on what knowledge and capacity development are critical and how we can address it and what role can they play. So now to start the session, I would like to invite you all to listen to the key message from Ms. Michelle Quesada, who is a consultant in the Marine Policy and Regional Coordination section of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of the UNESCO. I'm sorry, before we present you with the key message, please can everyone involved in doing some poll questions so we can know more about everyone in this session. I think there will be 2 questions, so if everyone can please answer the question. So I think everyone can see that there is the answer. So I think a lot, almost half to half, have been engaged in MSP practice in your country before, and like another 45% have not yet, but there's a plan to engage. So that is like a good start. So that means that we have like around 55% of people who have some experience, and also like another half that are starting. So the second question, what are the most important capacity building activities for individual skills and knowledge for MSP? So a lot of people answer career professional training and networking and demonstration group. And also some think that formal education and online self-learning can help as well. I think because I also agree with like the majority, so I think everything is important, but maybe focus with the 2 that everyone thinks is important. It will be very interesting. Yeah. So after that, I would like to start a session by presenting you with the key message from Ms. Michelle Quesada from the consultant from UNESCO.
Hi again. I will present once more the key messages from the 5th International MSP Forum and the 3rd International Conference on MSP, events that happened last month in Barcelona. And now I will share with you the key messages about 2 other pillars of the MSP roadmap: knowledge support for MSP and capacity development and awareness. Let's start first with knowledge support. So the challenges mentioned in Barcelona were related to the lack of communication among countries, lack of connection between oceanographic and land data, terrestrial data. Recommendation for that is that some countries are still at early stages of MSP, so it's necessary to share and integrate methodologies from other countries. This could help the development of decision support tools for these countries that are starting the MSP process. They could learn from their previous experiences, basically. Another challenge, that's definition of knowledge, and is related to the definition of knowledge and its perceived validity, applicability. So academic knowledge, for example, it's usually published in scientific papers, but it's not necessarily used by planners. On the other hand, indigenous and local knowledge, as well as knowledge from other stakeholders, is not always considered in the MSP process. So the recommendation is to define MSP knowledge sources at the beginning of the process and establish the links among the different kinds of knowledge in a way that this knowledge can be used in MSP. Also to include more social scientists in the MSP process, so train more social science communicators, educators, to increase the knowledge exchange and the capacity on MSP to support this task. Another challenge, the lack of professional technicians to process, to manage and conduct data analysis, as well as professionals who are able to communicate this data in a friendly way. On the other hand, efforts focusing only on these aspects will not necessarily address the need to consider all types of knowledge that we mentioned before. So the recommendations to involve all levels of the public sector to create an online platform that is user-friendly to show the data, and also to structure the MSP process in a way that involves and considers the different stakeholders' knowledge from the start of the process. So then this data platform should also include this other type of knowledge. Another challenge is related to climate change. So data about that is missing sometimes, especially in developing countries. And the timing is also challenging. So we are facing that and we need to react quickly. So, and we needed this data because it's difficult to predict the climate impacts without that. So the recommendation is that climate change shall be at the core of MSP. It has to be science-based. So MSP needs to be science-based because the ocean plays an important role in climate issues. So science-based and climate-smart MSP. MSP can be a vehicle for countries to implement the national determined contributions of the Paris Agreement. So MSP is a potential solution for tackling climate change. And another aspect is to focus on sensitive areas and areas with more human activity. So in this context where we are missing information, we should prioritize these areas. Another challenge is that some actors don't feel included and taken into consideration seriously in the MSP process. Politics is an uncertain factor, while MSP asks for long-term vision and commitment. So here we are talking about the true challenge. And a potential recommendation to that is that to create an independent platform where different actors can meet and share ideas and knowledge. So, for example, a community of practice. And I understand that this independent platform is in relation to the politics. So it's related to the idea of including all actors that are interested in MSP, independent of politics. Another challenge that there is a lack of spatial and temporal data, lack of information, technologies for acquisition and access. Sometimes we have a data with a low resolution, and also limited institutional capacity and funding for that. Of course, that this changes from a country to another, but this is still an issue in many countries. So what we need to do is to invest in research and education, as this is where we can find scientific knowledge for MSP. Other key messages related to knowledge support from Barcelona are MSP needs social science and humanities knowledge. It's necessary to consider the human relations with the ocean, including its cultural values. Sustainable development and transformation requires a transdisciplinary work that connects the different knowledge systems, quantitative and qualitative methods, as well as evaluate impacts of MSP in terms of distribution, recognition, and representation. Another key message that indigenous knowledge in MSP means the inclusion of their concepts, their values, their cultures, their practices, and the resources that are key for them, and the inclusion of all these towards economic development, sustainability, health, and well-being of these communities. So the inclusion of also traditional communities on MSP in the engagement and the benefits of the process. Another key message is regarding data analysis. The needs are related to the development of a data framework, data harmonization, replicability of analysis, and how to monitor and evaluate MSP. So these are the recommendations related to data. Regarding ocean observations, it was mentioned that sustained ocean observations are crucial to track and understand the complex and vast oceanic environment, providing data, products, and services to underpin a knowledge-driven society. So here we are talking about the use of ocean observation for the data analysis that are necessary for MSP. And last, the need to use of scenarios in MSP. There is this need, and the aim is to describe the possible and alternative future operating environments, to test in advance the policies and strategies, and to facilitate a multidisciplinary discussion and tackle complex issues. So the development of scenarios is an important phase of MSP in order to understand where this policy is driving. So now I will talk about the key messages related to capacity development and awareness. The first challenge mentioned is the lack of resources. And so the recommendations that depending on the reality of the sector, so here I talk about the engagement, they may need financial support to participate. So this is a recommendation that we mentioned before. Many processes are project-oriented. So once the MSP project ends, the MSP process also ends. And sometimes it ends before we have a plan or before the plan is implemented. So it's important that the government commit resources for the development of MSP, so MSP is not dependent only on projects. Another challenge that the messages related to MSP might not be easy to transmit to a broader audience, to the citizens. So the recommendations regarding that is that we need to be culturally aware. We need to use local reference that the sectors can identify with. So also think outside the box. For example, develop coastal models that can physically show land and sea interactions in an easy to understand way. Consider music, theater, art, cartoons, or other mediums as a way to transmit the message. So be creative when trying to increase awareness about MSP. Take a layered approach, consider an intermediary actor that can bring the other stakeholders in. So sometimes we can identify key actors that are already working in the region, and that can be like those supporting this message to reach a wider audience. Identify champions or ambassadors that can take the message to the necessary people. And the last recommendation about that is think like your audience. Why is it important to me? So trying to understand, explain for yourself why MSP is important might help you to explain to the others why MSP is important. Other challenge, lack of awareness and knowledge on the value of the ocean and the relevance of MSP, as well as on how humanity relies on the ocean for its well-being. So the recommendation is raise awareness on the importance of the ocean for society, investing resources in education on the climate change ocean nexus as well. Another challenge, insufficient transparency in decision-making and how stakeholders can be involved and contribute to the MSP process, particularly for stakeholders that are usually not involved or not aware of what MSP is. So the recommendation is mainstream educational programs adapted to different stakeholders, considering their different education and literacy levels. And of course, these educational programs are also useful for planners. Another challenge, engage the general public and communities is not easy. For example, there were some comments that some MSP events, they miss other stakeholders beyond those working in the administrations or developing the plans. And another challenge that engagement is costly and time consuming. So the recommendation is to give the opportunity for stakeholders to participate in MSP, for example, inviting them to host events, and also to define engagement rules to make their engagement efficient. So basically having a strategy for engagement, that a strategy that considers the resources available and the resources needed. Other challenges, sometimes politicians come into the MSP process at the end when the plan is done, just to sign the plan. And as a consequence, they do not understand the relevance and the benefits of MSP. And then the plan lacks support across government. So the recommendation is to involve the politicians from the beginning of the planning process and keep them involved through all planning cycles. So since the development, but also the implementation of the plan, the monitor and the revision of the plan. Another comments that in some countries, there is a Ministry of the Sea, for example. In others, we have a lot of departments in charge of MSP. So the issue is that both situations have its advantages and disadvantages in the establishment of common objectives and coordination. So the recommendation to address this lack of coordination is that the MSP need high-level sponsorship and leadership. For example, commitment from prime ministers, presidents, and also the inclusion of MSP in the government program to ensure that all institutions are involved and committed to MSP. Other keywords that were mentioned there in Barcelona, it's MSP needs to be multidisciplinary, multiscalar, multicultural, and it is a hands-on sensorial learning experience. We learn with the partnerships during the MSP process. Capacity development and awareness is about people. So people is at the core of the MSP process. We need to translate the jargons, the technical concepts to reach a wider audience. And another suggestion is that to engage the young generation, because they bring energy to the process, so it helps to drive the process. Thank you once again for your attention. These were our key messages from Barcelona. And again, just a reminder that a full report of both events will be available on the MSP Global website.
Thank you very much, Ms. Michelle, for providing us with such an insightful key message. The key message highlights some of the challenge that everyone can face when beginning the capacity development program. And the key message also provide us with the recommendation that can be very helpful when planning the capacity development. I think it will be a very useful key message for the future for anyone that is starting to plan for the MSP. And if anyone have any question, please feel free to drop your question in the chat box, and then we can come back to the question later in the Q&A section. So next, I would like to be moving on to the thematic talk on the knowledge gaps and capacity needed for the implementation of marine spatial planning by Mr. Sakanand Blatong. So Mr. Sakanand Blatong is a professor at the Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand, and he has been working very closely with the government in capacity building and development of marine spatial planning in Thailand. So now I would like to invite Mr. Sakanand to give the talk.
Okay, thank you very much, May, for inviting me. Let's have another session slide, please. So actually, this morning session, many speakers also talk about the need for the marine spatial planning to strengthen the blue economy. And the previous speakers talk about the knowledge gap and capacity building. So let's start my talk with the general situation based on the experiences from Thailand. Normally, the marine area are managed by many sectoral agencies. For example, the Marine and Coastal Resources Department look after natural resources. Marine Tourism Department have their marine and coastal tourism plan. Culture and heritage have focused on strengthening the culture and traditional of local or natural assets, and they have their own regulation, their own plan. Marine transportation have a transportation route, anchoring area, and port, and they have their own regulation in particular area. Fishery department have a target for the fish catch, for the fishery production, and so on. And even like a petroleum concession area, they have a particular area that's require a particular regulation for their strong security and the safety purposes, and so on. With other departments also have many objectives for the uses of the seas. So they have their own objective. And many cases, there are conflicts between government agencies, managers, users, and environment, even multi-sectoral conflicts due to the different targets for the users of the seas, especially the conflict with the natural resources and environment. To achieve the goal of the blue economy, conservation, and the sustainable uses of the seas, we need a national marine policies to set up the vision and goal for the sea, which require integration of those sectoral plans, and of course, with negotiation and participation of the stakeholders. The key important targets for the national marine policies are the governance plans, marine spatial planning, and the management plan. Next slide, please. From our previous experience, we have some recommendation that considering the current situation, the key success factors to promote marine spatial planning for blue economy relies on three key components. On the left-hand side, the first component are policies, laws, and regulation. In the past, the governance of the sea relied on central government agencies or centralization. However, we are in the world of globalization. Some national power of management is regulated by the international agreement, such as the ADG, the protected area, 10% or 30 by 30, biodiversity conservation, ecosystem-based fishery management, marine zoning, climate change adaptation, pollution, and especially the transport pollution and the blue economy that we are talking a lot during the last 10 years. So on the other hand, the power also translocate to the local government at the provincial or the local administrative organization. The localization is an emerging issue, especially for Thailand, that we try to transfer the power of the management of the area into the local management. For the second component, in the past, the government and management of the sea are relying on government agencies. The government agencies set up the policy and plan. We send the staff, budget, and tools for the management of the area. In the future, we need to strengthen the community participation to be involved in the policy and plan. They can be staff, they can allocate tools and budgets for the management of the sea. This is the participatory management, and therefore we need a capacity building program for them. For the third component, that is the knowledge management, we need capacity building program, such as the short course training. We might begin from the training of the trainer to the officers at the local and the central officers. Training can be targeted on the key important topic that are to strengthen the capacity to understanding and provide the experience on the biodiversity and function, ecosystem conservation and restoration, ecosystem-based fishery management, ecosystem service variation, carrying capacity analysis, uses conflict and compatibility technique, ICM, spatial planning, marine protected area, blue economy, blue carbon, ecosystem-based management, climate change adaptation, and so on. So there are many knowledge that we need to strengthen today to the local government agency and NGO and the readers. And also in terms of the research and monitoring, we also need a research and monitoring program, especially the participatory program on the status of the natural resources and environment, uses, conflicts, current and future threats, and also the future needs of the area, and ecosystem-based ecosystem service variation. We also need the platform and public education for policymakers, officers, public, and business operators. Next slide, please. We need to set up a marine spatial planning and ecosystem service framework to achieve the sustainable development goal and the blue economy of the seas. It requires integrated work to understand marine and coastal ecosystem that provide a service for human well-being. On the other hand, the human uses cause pressure on the marine and coastal ecosystem. We need an integrated work between naturalists or scientists and the economists, the manager, the developers. There are various tools and techniques that require both sides to work together. The goal is to protect the natural resources and also to sustain the sustainable ecosystem service. It means the sustainable uses of the seas. And the marine spatial planning, therefore, is one of the key strategies to achieve the goal. Right? Next slide, please. Finally, we need a clear decision supporting system and indicator to measure the success of the marine spatial planning. For Thailand, now we are trying to integrate the concept of the ocean account and the ocean health index as a tool to set up the vision and also to measure the health of the ocean. It is composed of various aspects from the ecosystem status, ecosystem services, economics, and culture, and even the marine protected area in the parameter for the ocean health index. So we are testing this tool in Phang Bay in the southern of Thailand. So now we are for Thailand, we are trying to start some basic information for starting the marine spatial planning in Thailand. Next slide, please. Yes, I think that this is the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakanan, for providing such a detailed information on the case study of Thailand for marine spatial planning. So I can clearly see that marine spatial planning requires a lot of effort into perfecting because it covers so many aspects, not just the natural environment, but also the socio-economic aspect. Therefore, integration between all of the stakeholders from all sectors is critical to support marine spatial planning, as well as including like a tool to measure effectiveness of MSP implementation can also help improve the process after we have to adapt the marine spatial planning after 5 years. So next, I would like to move on to the panel discussion. So first, we will have 3 panelists from Indonesia, Korea, and Malaysia who will share with us their experience in practicing MSP in their countries. So now I would like to introduce Mr. Abdi Priyanto. He is the head of the Marine Spatial Planning for the National Strategic Area from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries in Indonesia. Can Mr. Abdi?
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the time and opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abdi Priyanto from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. First, I would like to thank for inviting us for this important forum. And I will share on the next slide, please, about the knowledge support and capacity development in Indonesian marine spatial planning. Next, please. Yeah, I will start with the background of Indonesian MSP and what we face today to bring you in the context of Indonesia. As we know that Indonesia has a huge seawater areas with rich marine and fisheries resources. Currently, we face with different threats and pressures from the land and the sea. On the other hand, we also experience unorganized utilization of marine space, causing various conflict and reduced social welfare. You can see in the left in the map of Jakarta Bay is filled with marine activities that overlap each other. including fisheries, sports, tourism, conservation, which not easy to rearrange. These are the reason why Indonesia moved quickly implement of marine spatial planning for the seawaters. Next. We have several levels of marine spatial planning with different planning scales, including national marine spatial planning, interregional marine spatial planning, provincial marine spatial planning, and also strategic areas of MSP. We also had established law and regulations concerning the management of ocean, coast, and small islands, and we developed minister regulation in the recent regulation to strengthen the preparation of marine spatial planning in Indonesia. Next, please. In our regulation, we have different level of planning, which show the process of planning from the first time until the implementation. The level of planning, you can see in the presentation that there are a huge number of MSPs in Indonesia that have to be developed, including recently we have Geopark MSP in one area of Indonesia. And then the next level is level of utilization. We use MSP product to establish marine activities permit. This is the innovation of Indonesian MSP that has been implemented in Indonesia. The level are supervising and controlling of marine uses. Next. So we move with the framework of MSP in Indonesia. Several framework involved in this MSP process, including integrated mechanism, coordination between national and local government, and then cooperation from private, university, NGOs, consultation from expert, legislative, and public. And then integrated level of planning is the Land Sea Spatial Planning, for example. And then integrated sector from the vertical agency to the horizontal agency. And then involve the government, NGO, private, and also community, including customary law community. And then we also use science and based and management based and knowledge based planning. We involve science of law, ecology, oceanography and modeling, sociology, economy, management, etc. Next, please. The process of MSP formulation in general is preparation and then data collection and analysis, several public consultation, expert discussions, and then currently we integrate land and sea planning based on new law and regulation that established in Indonesia. We also use different data to formulate MSP in the national and provincial level. Next. Currently, in the level of national marine spatial planning, we include several improvement from the analysis of MSP, including regional economic analysis to determining the marine growth centers, modeling of coastal ecosystem services, integrated fisheries and supply chain, ecosystem vulnerability to disaster, and then carrying capacity of zones. And the last, we also develop tools for monitoring marine use and permit, but is under development. Next. The objective of MSP in Indonesia is not only finding the balance of the ecological and human well-being, its ecology and then social and economy is balanced in this MSP, but also currently we need to ensure that regional economic performance and revival is important. So it's conducted in the recent MSP to ensure the economic sustainability of coastal and marine ecosystem and also improve the economy of the community. Next. Then what we have done in the capacity development, since 2007 until now, we extensively conducted different capacity building, including from the first we developed standard for MSP formulation for the province and then move to the national level of MSP and so on. And then we conduct different technical training for MSP for managers and planners. in the provincial level and also in national level. Involving experts from university is always done, and then also involve NGOs and also practitioner from different sector, for example, from the tourism and also from industry. And then we revise regulation MSP guidance, adapting new policy, because currently we have law, the job creation that unite several regulation, including special planning, land and sea special planning, so on. So we need to revise regulation to adapt different new policies in Indonesia. And then we also join MSP workshops with other countries, such as currently we have several workshop and seminar with Denmark, Australia. We have a short course to India and also in USA currently. Next. The last slide for ICE country, archipelagic and island states country, we propose capacity development such as advanced training and course for planner and manager with different topics. We can choose one or several topics that can be implemented in the course, and then capacity building of ICE country with different objectives. We can see here knowledge-based and established regional guideline for MSP, for example, and then strengthen the regional basis for preventing marine and coastal resources, including renewing the policy and regulatory framework, for example, and then also develop the regional capacity and strengthen the institution for sustainable management, and also connect with relevant global network. So the improvement of regional capacity is not only for planner, but not only for the community or planner, but also different level of agencies. And then we propose such as workshop and seminars, field trip, country visitation to know the other MSP in different countries, and then sharing knowledge, sharing implementation of MSP, and so on. And then it's possible to collaborate in preparation of MSP. For example, we can exchange our data of satellite data, for example, or hydrology data, for example, for several countries in ICE. And then the last, joint work in the cross-boundary MSP is considered important to be developed, as we discussed in the previous session. I think that's the last my last presentation. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdi. Mr. Abdi has shared with us his 15 years experience of capacity building from Indonesia. And I believe that the proposed capacity development program can be very useful, as it is also a lesson learned from many years of experience. And it can also act as a guideline for all the other countries that are initiating the Marine Spatial Planning Program in the future. So next, we have Ms. Sora Yoon from Korea. So Ms. Sora is the senior researcher from the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. So can I please invite Ms. Sora Yoon to give the talk?
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Please, yes, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation for this important regional forum and your kind introduction for me. In order to talk about the knowledge support and capacity building in the MSP, I want to share the experience we are getting nowadays in Korea, especially by focusing on the development of a marine space policy simulator based on digital twin. Next slide, please. Firstly, I want to explain the current status and challenges we are facing when we developed and implemented the MSP. In accordance with the relevant laws in Korea, we have developed marine spatial management plan and already designated 9 different marine use zones for the entire sea area in Korea. Based on this plan and marine use zones, if there is any development plan or project, it should be evaluated if it is suitable. And this plan and marine use zones should be updated regularly by relying on the ecological, social, and economic changes. For this process, in order to evaluate suitability and update the MSP, it is very important and required for us to keep gathering, collecting, and analyzing the relevant and reliable information. However, we haven't secured enough reliable information to reduce uncertainty in decision-making for the MSP. So we are suffering some difficulties to predict future demands or future change. And then it is quite difficult to consider any different alternatives for now. So based on this kind of experiences, as for the knowledge support, I want to say gathering and securing all kinds of relevant data and information are very critical issue. And so as to this, I believe information access and transparency of the information should be enhanced. In addition, I also want to emphasize the capacity to utilize and analyze this data and information in order to predict the future needs and changes in the sea areas. Next one, please. So nowadays in Korea, we are working on to develop the marine space policy simulator by using digital twin technology to narrow knowledge gaps and build the capacity of decision makers. So the digital twin is a virtual model to reflect the real world. By using real-time data, this virtual model learns simulation and predict a result depending on different scenarios, which ultimately can help decision makers to make optimal decision based on scientific prediction. So in terms of the MSP simulator development project, the purpose of this project is to develop marine space policy simulation technology by using marine digital platform to predict marine activity and analyze marine spatial changes. With this technology, we expect it can help the policy decision makers in each province to make a better decision to implement their regional MSP and narrow knowledge gaps between different provinces. Next one, please. So in this slide, on the left side, you can find the framework of the simulator system by target area. And then on the right side, you can see the basic workflow of simulator development. This project is 5 years project and actually just started at the early of this year. So it is still in a very early stage. But next slide, please. This slide is just to show you an example of how to use the simulator to predict changes in fishing environment in the planning process of the MSP. Currently, we only use current status data, including license, the volume of fishing catch, and vessel density, like that. But after we developed this technology by using this simulator, we could reflect the result of prediction, including the opportunity, threat, and future needs, and so on. So even though it is quite early stage of the process, but I hope we can have a more chance to share the progress of this project in the next meeting with you. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's all. That's all I prepared. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Sora. So Ms. Sora introduced us to a new tool, which is digital twin that can simulate marine spatial planning, like decision-making process. It is very refreshing to know that we are beginning to have a new tools and programs that can assist us in the planning of marine spatial planning, so that marine spatial planning process in the future can be further accelerated with the help of the new discoveries and programs and tools. Thank you. So next, we have our last panelist, Ms. Saslina Saleh. So Ms. Saslina is a senior lecturer at the Center for Policy Research and International Studies from the University of Saints in Malaysia. So may I invite Ms. Saslina to give the talk.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity today. Next slide, please. Today, I will briefly talk about the turbid reef health assessment and how climate change can be included in the application for conservation and marine spatial planning, especially in the turbid reef. Next slide, please. Okay, the coastal coral reef are increasingly subjected to elevated levels of eutrophication, sedimentation, and turbidity. This factor pose to the compromise of the resistance of coral towards climate change. As we see, turbid reefs are always assumed as unhealthy due to poor water condition in their habitat, and therefore less attention was given to them compared to the remote reef. Hence, the protection and management plan is often neglected. In addition, turbid reefs are predicted to be resilient for future climate change because turbidity can be a refuge, shading the corals from environmental stressor. It is predicted that by 2100, turbidity is predicted to mitigate the harsh effect of high temperature and high light by shading 9% of the coral habitat previously considered as inhospitable under ocean warming. Next slide, please. As you can see here, in Malaysia, the turbid reefs are primarily located in the Straits of Malacca, and this area is constantly influenced by inflow of fresh water of the river of the western coast of Peninsular Malaysia and the eastern coast of Sumatra, hence causing drastic fluctuation in the environment characteristic. And the usage of the user of the reef in this area, anthropogenic coastal pollution, dredging, land reclamation, coastal development, and shipping. We see that a lot of users in the coastal reef in Straits of Malacca. Next slide, please. Here, I'm going to present a brief ongoing study of what we are looking at reef in the turbid area important. This slide here shows the case study of Pulau Pinang, whereby you can see the reef located in the bottom left, and the main mega construction of land reclamation is currently proposed and is predicted to be ongoing soon. Here, the ongoing study, we investigated the impact of climate variability on the corals to understand their resilient and tolerance limit. By identifying the coral species that are likely most robust and direct anthropogenic impact has an essential implication for targeted conservation efforts and also marine management. Next slide, please. here, just to show you, there are different kind of corals there, and the output that we find, this strong species-specific responses was observed, and the climate variability differ between location and location. So the corals are very tolerant. Hence, the climate smart toolbox from NSP is important to ensure that the corals are protected. Next slide, please. All right, unlike remote reef, the turbid or urban reef are not protected under the marine protected area or marine parks for protection and conservation under the section 41 to 45 of the Fisheries Act in Malaysia due to the federal and state government jurisdiction. Although in Malaysia, we have an ongoing framework such as the ICZM Marine Spatial Plan and ecosystem-based management, there is still need to translate policy objective into specific on-ground targets and measure to ensure holistic MSP incorporating all stakeholders, including the social and economic aspects, to include the climate smart MSP. The adaptation strategies and scientific informed policy and also capacity building are urgently needed for a more sustainable ocean, especially in the area where development are very rampant and also the usage of the ocean are a wide aspect. Next slide, please. Thank you. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Saslina. So Ms. Saslina shows us that we need to look into many aspects when planning marine spatial planning. So in this case, turbid reef ecosystem, which is usually not protected under the marine protected area or a marine park. So it should be included in the conservation and management because there are many resilience and thermal tolerance coral species, which may be the forefront for combating climate change in the near future. So we should also have like a climate smart marine spatial planning, right? Okay, so thank you for all the panelists for giving the talk. So now I would like to open the floor for a panel discussion. If anyone have a question for any panelists regarding knowledge support and capacity development, please feel free to share in the chat box. And I also have some question to all the panelists. So first I would like to ask Ms. Saslina, as early career ocean professional in marine spatial planning, how do you think the capacity of early career ocean professionals could be enhanced, and what kind of initiative or opportunities do you think we can further leverage in the region and within the country?
Thank you for your question. I think involving the early career scientists are important, but however, the capacity building should include not only from the academia, but all sector, especially from the stakeholders, the economists, and also the social scientists. This is to ensure that the translation of policy making entails and uncovers every sectors. And to have a good data sharing platform will be an advantageous across the region and also the national sector. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, such an all-round answer. That's very nice. Thank you very much, Ms. Saslina. So I also have the next question for Ms. Sora. So from a researcher's perspective and also a practitioner in marine spatial planning, what are the knowledge and capacity gaps for the development of marine spatial planning in Korea?
Regarding this to this question, thank you for your question, and then to answer for your question, I want to talk about it by dividing into two parts. First one is among practitioners or decision makers. practitioner or decision maker in each province, in each region, share different level of capacity and knowledge, and decision makers in central government and local government, they also have a knowledge and capacity gaps. So it is the one thing we need to narrow the gap in Korea. And the second one is between practitioner and other stakeholders like local people and the public. Some people are not aware of the necessity of the MSP, so they don't understand why the marine area should be divided by the different purposes, why we need to make a plan. So education and raising awareness on MSP to the public is also a really important part in Korea.
Oh, thank you very much. I also agree that awareness is very important because a lot of the time, the general population don't have a clear idea on why we have to do these kind of process. So I think awareness is one of the very important aspect of marine spatial planning. Thank you. I also have another question for Mr. Abdi. So as a governmental official in charge, how or by what major activities Indonesia improved its capacity and filled the knowledge gaps in developing and implementing marine spatial planning?
Okay, as I mentioned before that, we have several challenges in developing MSP in different level of planning, different scale, different stakeholder, and also need different treatment for this MSP. So data also different that used in this MSP level, different MSP level. So the planner in its level should be put with knowledge and capacity to plan the area in their level. So what we do until now is for the national level, we improve our capacity building by involving the planners in the short course, for example, in different countries with different scope of MSP. And then currently we join workshop to share the lesson learned with several countries that has advanced in MSP, such as in Denmark and so on. And several propose for capacity building also. We will propose several capacity development for the next years, for example, by involving ICE countries and to join the same capacity building framework and join work together in there, and we can share our experience in MSPs in Indonesia, and then we also get experience for other countries from this ICE country. So the key is how we develop the capacity development, not only in Indonesia, but also in ICE country, archipelagic and island states around Indonesia. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Actually, I also have one of my own question. So before I saw that the poll question, a lot of people choose like career and professional training and also the other one, but a lot of people don't think that maybe a lot of people doesn't choose the part where it's like in the educational system in itself. So do you think that maybe it's interesting if we will be able to add the marine spatial planning program to introduce to the younger generation in the educational system since the beginning? So I would like to just throw this question to any panelists who want to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe me for the first answer. I agree that early school from the elementary, for example, we provide about the information of MSP, but in the level of elementary, for example. So the student can accept what is the importance of organizing the activities in the marine area, and then what is without any organization of these activities, what is the impact, and then what is the impact on the economy of the fishermen, for example. So give them early education with simple approach for this early stage, and then improve into the senior high, and then improve in the university, for example. Sometimes the science to develop the MSP is spread. For example, ecology is there, hydrology is there, social is there, but combining this different discipline of study need to be combined in one, for example, curricula in the university, for example. So MSP is start from the early state of school until the university. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have anything that they want to discuss in terms of knowledge support and capacity development? Yes, Mr. Sakanan, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to add some more recommendation for the knowledge and the capacity building for the MSP initiative, especially in many countries that are just start the process of the marine spatial planning. I think, for example, in Thailand, it's marine spatial planning now it's just like a very subjective. For example, in Thailand, we normally negotiate between stakeholders when we invite stakeholders come to the meeting room, and normally when there are someone have a more like a strong power, can convince the because we have to allocate the area to some particular purposes, right? This area for fishermen, this area for tourism, but normally it depends on the who is the biggest voice in the meeting room. So actually we need some transparency decision making. We need some scientific information, economic data, and let the like a transparency decision. Now, if we set up this area for a specific purpose, what is the benefit? What is the most benefit we got? What is the which area should be allocated to any particular activities, for example? So we think we still need what is the tool for the supporting system for the marine spatial planning decision. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakanan. We actually have one question from the chat box from Mr. Kasumi Wakita from Tokai University, Japan. He asked the question to all the panelists that do you have any courses or education program regarding MSP at university level in your country? In Japan, we do not have it yet. So maybe all the panelists can answer in their own country. Yes. Would Mr. Sakanan like to start?
Sorry again, please.
A question in the chat box.
Or Miss Sora, I think I saw you unmute.
Yes. I'm not sure 100%, but I think we don't have this kind of education program, especially because I'm studying law and marine policy. In this area, I don't think we don't have this kind of education program to teach the policy or law on MSP, but it totally depends on the student who want to who, if they have a chance to know about the MSP, there are some students who choose to study this kind of subject, but I don't think we don't have a specific the training program for the MSP.
Thank you very much.
Yes, can I share a bit of experiences, please?
Oh yes, Ms. Suwalak, please.
Okay, so with regard to the existing question, when we're talking about the MSP at university level, I say in terms of Thai universities, mostly Thai university, in terms of the postgrad, we did have a class of integrated coastal management, I think across the country and in most of the Thai universities. But actually for the MSP training, we don't have that in terms of in particular degree, but Thailand have done, I think often training course, I think since more than 5 or 6 years that with Sakanan and the Marine and Coastal Resources Department. So if we are interested to make some kind of, professional MSP course for the regions, especially for our region, I think it would be a very great opportunities. And I believe that we have for more or less certain supplies from the expert in this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw Ms. Saslina with the hand. Please, the floor is yours.
I would like to answer on behalf of my university. We don't have a specific program about MSP, but we do have a program for the first year and second year students to understand the awareness program on the importance of marine ecosystem and how climate would impact the whole ecosystem. Anyhow, some university do have programs on the environmental protection, but not specifically on the MSP. It would be good to have one regionally and also in the national level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I will add for Indonesia.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, we face with the same problem with MSP in the university because mostly land spatial planning has been a curricula from the years before, but the MSP is not yet involved in the curriculum of university. But only we have expert staff from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries from Indonesia, from our office. We moved to Jakarta State University, State University of Jakarta, and she developed MSP there, starting from this year. Probably this is can be an initial project for involving the MSP in the university curriculum. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Abdi, for the answer. Is there anyone who would like to discuss anything else or another question? Mr. Wansi, would you like to say anything?
Yes. Thank you. I think this is a very important topic in terms of capacity development and knowledge support. But because this is a very common, particular for developing country, right? Not only MSP, but also ocean science. Even ocean science, we always are, okay, we have enough capacity for doing the scientific research, right? To do the analysis, to do the assessment, right? So there's not something new for MSP, We are still in a very early stage, and also there much room for capacity development. But yes, as many distinguished panelists analyzed, there are almost no education program with a focus on MSP, but there's some program on ICM or ocean policy and laws, right? So I personally feel maybe in the very near future, also it's difficult for us to come up, or some country to come up with a specific education program or degree on MSP only. Because MSP is a tool, is a process built on, multidisciplinary, multi-skill knowledge, and also the very complex engagement of different stakeholders. I think this is the real practical work. I think the capacity need to be built from the real work, right? For the people who have basic knowledge, either in science, either in management, either in policy and the law, and now work together. So I feel maybe it's not easy for any university to build one people, student who acquire all kinds of knowledge. This is something is very, very challenging. So I think, for the future, the direction for the capacity development in the region. Yeah, of course, if some country wish to develop education program or some kind of degree, undergraduate or graduate degree program, that would be fantastic. But I think most of efforts maybe is more efficient if you can focus on professional training and also training arrangement and the MSP, the real demonstration and the scaling, right? Share those kind of practice among the practitioners and also even among policymakers, from different countries in this region. So this is just my, my thoughts based on, the situation about ocean science developments at a research institution level and the university level and also national ocean policy, ocean governance level. I think it's maybe more practical. So this is something, yes, I also see one day also there's also, one ICM program that offered in the Xiamen University. Not only Xiamen University, I think other university, ocean university in Indonesia, also in Korea, they also that kind of program on ICM as well. So this is the I think as a emerging ocean issues. So in the framework of governance, MSP considered as a tool, right? So in terms of our science knowledge development, MSP could be considered as an integrated framework because there are so many different knowledge that MSP provide a very good framework to work together, including natural and social science. So this is something I think it's very, it's a long-term efforts that we should continuously make, from now on. So this is my perspective about the future capacity development in the region. Of course, as I mentioned, the opportunity is always, we need to always take the open mind attitude to any innovative capacity development approach in the region. If any university, if a country, have that willingness or intention to develop MSP program, we will be very happy to work together, building on the last 20 years efforts has been built globally and regionally, even nationally, right? I saw also Indonesia, China, Korea has a lot of things, can contribute, to other countries in this region. So take a one words, we always say, for capacity development, particularly for the fast runner in our country, in the region, Indonesia, China, Korea, and others. So if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to, go further, go together. Right. So this is something, I think really important for all of us to jointly develop capacity and also to enhance our knowledge about the ecosystem and also, with a view to really come up with a very practical MSP for the local, for the country, for the city, for province, and also for the country and also for the region as a whole. So this is something, right?
Yes.
May I give the floor back to you?
Okay, thank you. If anyone have any other question, if everyone is okay with the discussion, maybe I would like to close the floor. And yes, thank you very much, all the speakers and all the audience for such an insightful presentation and also discussion and question. So I also agree with Mr. Wansi about sharing information and also accelerating the region as a whole. So we move together. I think I believe in sharing of knowledge, sharing the lesson learned, the best practice, the experience from each case study from each countries, and also the new discoveries and innovation of programs and new discoveries about turbid reef ecosystem and many aspects that we alone might not be able to choose or maybe not be able to see all of them, but together as a knowledge support and with the capacity build development program that we can share information regionally, I think we can improve our capacity development program and also tackle like all the knowledge gap and challenges that everyone faces in their marine spatial planning initiative. And when we face problem together as a network, I think it's very good because it will help support like the implementation of the regional marine spatial planning, and in the future maybe we can hope for the transboundary or cross country marine spatial planning so that we can help conserve and take care of our ocean. And also I think that by involving all the stakeholder and all the sectors, I think it would be very good to enhance like the implementation of the regional marine spatial planning as a whole, because we can cover all the aspect and cover all the base, and then we are on the same page. So thank you very much for participating in this session, and I would like to give the floor back to the organizer. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mi, for your very wonderful moderation of this session. It's indeed, as we said, privileged to have three, panelists to share their perspective, at institutional level and also national level about capacity development support, and also some kind of offer to contribute, to the regional capacity development efforts in the future. So we will have the last session, cooperative opportunity. So we will have 4 panelists or speakers. I wonder whether we can take a 5 minutes break and come back at 2 p.m. sharp. Then we will start the session 4, cooperative opportunities. So in addition to the 4 invited speakers, every audience, if you have any suggestions, opportunities, expectations for the future collaborative, efforts, please feel free, to take the floor or even put your suggestion in the chat box, right? So let's take a 5 minutes break and then come back for the session 4. Thank you, May.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's call, okay. Suhayanto, Park Suhayanto, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for joining this meeting. I know you have been very
you're
busy.
welcome. Thank you.
But it's a really, I think, meaningful because we have the 4th regional forum.
Oh yeah.
I think MSP, there are several countries, start MSP at an early stage, but not. I think this kind of efforts not systematically linked together, right, in the region. So
because
right.
marines cannot be separated one by country.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. So so maybe we will start the session very soon.
I am here.
Okay, okay. I have to make sure everyone in the place remotely,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. We can start, right? If you agree, we can start. Swalak also there. Okay,
Yes.
good. Okay, very good. We have 4 panelists. Okay, very good afternoon again. I think, you know, after 3 sessions, I think the regional forum go to, I think the very important session entitled Cooperation Opportunities. We heard a lot in the morning what's going on, particularly from recently concluded the International Marine Spatial Planning and also the 5th MSP forum that was you know, held in Barcelona, right? Many key messages from the MSP global practitioners about how to develop, how to, you know, achieve the 6th pillar for marine SP globally. So like the marine protection, you know, conservation, blue economy, transboundary, and also climate smart, knowledge support, and capacity development. And also we hear a lot, you know, I think it's a quite informative and inspiring, you know, perspective. And also the practice has been conducted from countries in this region, right? So it's very clear that MSP developments are from one country to another. And also the requirement, the demand are also very much diversified based on, you know, what kind of stakeholder we need to engage in different areas. So indeed, we are very honored and also great pleasure to have 4 panelists today for this session, you know, to share your perspective and to share potential cooperation opportunities for the future MSP collaboration and development in the region. So we have, you know, Professor Swanak from Mahidol University. And also we have our Director Park Suhayato is a director of the Marine Spatial Planning Department of Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fishery of Indonesia. We also have Duan, you know, Dr. Vos Duan, and also from Vietnam. Actually, he currently serves as the scientific coordinator for the JER project, South China Sea Strategic Action Program project. We also have foundation from the China Ocean Development Foundation, the Secretary General, who will also share, you know, his practice, national practice in MSP in China, and also, you know, the perspective for future collaboration in the future. So I would like to start, you know, with the first panelist, Swalak. I think thank you very much for moderating the session, the second session.
Okay.
This morning. So floor is yours.
Okay, thanks very much, and good afternoon, everyone, again. Now it's about 2 p.m. in Bangkok, and I am going to give a talk about the MSP enabling conditions and recommendation from Asia perspective. Next, please. And in this project, it is about the marine spatial planning application to local practice, which is the project was part supported by the National Research Council of Thailand in this year as the beginning of the project. So it is a very good chance that I would like to show what I found in our regions and also the illustration case in my country. Okay, we all aware that, or accept that, as I say many times over 10 years, that MSP is one of the major tools in spatial sea use management to promote the sustainable utilization of resources. MSP is driven and mobilized in more than 100 countries around the world, as you may know. And back to my countries, MSP has been included in Thailand 20-year national strategies. However, progress of the MSP in my country is still uncertain. Okay, so these sections I prepare to provide you the enabling condition for effective MSP from available scientific data and lessons learned from Asia. And I wish that the result of this would provide us at least three main outcomes. First, it will enable MSP knowledge for relevant stakeholders. Secondly, it will reduce sectoral conflict and minimize social inequalities. And the third and the fourth is about if we implement MSP well, then the inequalities and the poverties in our societies will be minimized. According to the SDG goal, then it support the SDG and also finally it support the blue economy. Next, please. And to answer what are the enabling conditions for effective MSP, we work with two methodologies. The first one, we work with the systematic review through Scopus database with the technique of searching, screening, and analyzing. We come up from early this year to June this year, covering the period of about 20 years. It's due a total of about 18,000 studies. And we screen them and analyze them again with numbers of inclusion criteria. And then we remain with 405 articles. And finally, in order to, to respond for our region, we extract just for the Asia study. So it's come up about 30 studies. Okay, on the other side, we also would like to know what happened in a pilot case for my country. So we did a focus group meeting and we want to know whether when we said that we're doing the MSP in practice or in real world, what are they facing problems? Are they facing any problems? Or are they have any suggestion to resolve such difficulties based on a Thai case? Next, please. I give you a big picture first. When we talking about enabling conditions, in my study, it's been most mentioned enabling conditions. Overall mentioned enabling conditions for the Asians and for Thailand, we categorize it into 7 groups, including MSP authority and legislation, MSP plan development, MSP integration, participation, plan implementation, evaluation, and then revision. Okay, it's nothing new at all. You get used to that. According to 2006, if we get back to the UNESCO step-by-step approach, it's about 10 steps, right? So you do whatever you think it does make sense. So in my research, I group it in 7 groups. And what happened in these pictures, you can see for both sides. The left one is about the Asian pictures. The other one is about Thailand. Both study anyway has similar findings with the most mentioned enabling factors were about MSP authority and legislation, MSP plan development, participation, and integration. That is a big picture. Then next, I bring to you to more detail. Next slide, please. In the most mentioned in Asia. In Asia, it's come up following the previous pie chart. You will see that majority of enabling conditions mostly are from the category of MSP authorities and plan development. Now you see that there were about 18 enabling conditions or disabling conditions. You can say that if you didn't do it well or if you lacked of it, if you didn't include it, so it become your disabling condition that we come up with. Okay, and then you will see that the first condition, it's light on the data analytical tools, which several speakers mentioned in the previous talk, right? In here, it seems that what I mean about this, I mean as the data and tools is part of when you develop the MSP planning. So it's referred to whether there were suitable or sufficient sets of data and tools and software that will support the process of decision making or not. That is the big things. Okay. For instance, I can say that except China in this condition, China, most of the country lack of baseline data, like Pakistan, Indonesia, even my country. Okay. And when you do for the left-hand side, it's come up with institution and legislation about 10%, about 10%. So it's referred to whether there was a clear or strong authorities who responsible for MSP plan development and implementation or not, including their resources and capacities, including the planners' understanding awareness, their skill, their willingness to execute their tasks, as well as the law and policy at different levels that will support the MSP process. Okay, next, you can see the development of MSP plan and implementation, that almost 10% too. What happened? What are they talking about? It seems clear that many studies, many peer-reviewed studies mention the problem of unbalanced objectives and poorly designed plan, which absolutely directly affect the effectiveness of MSP. Okay, and then I come to the monitoring and evaluation. This symbol, the name, that names refer to what we should do. It includes the process of monitoring, evaluation, and assessment. Although we all accept that most of the studies were conducted in China, which state the monitoring and evaluation mechanism for marine functional zoning. However, it still needs to be improved practically. They mentioned, China scientists mentioned about established transboundary monitoring and management strategies to assess the marine functional zoning that cover marine area in a cross-border manners, province or state, for instance. So all the enabling conditions you see in here, it's presented in a percentage as they were mentioned in the research paper. But remember, it didn't imply that the one with a higher percentage is more important than the others. These are also significant and relevant to the MSP process. Okay, so next I bring you to the illustration case by my side. Next slide, please. Okay, this is from Thailand that the data were received through the focus group meeting with a number of relevant stakeholders. What happened? You can see that it's similar. I said that this is 40% complete. So it's come up with number one, institutional and capacities, 20%, 27%, and then the data qualities and analytical tools. It seems to be a big one, but still less than institution and capacities. And then they are mentioning about their facing the hardship of implementation according to the law enforcement, according to the insufficient institutional capacity. So when we implement things, it's bring our back to the limitation of institutional integration, also the law enforcement anyway. Then next slide, please. I try to make it short. If you look to the most mentioned enabling condition in a very close comparison between Asia and between Thailand. Okay, despite the fact that we discover a few differences in the condition mentioned between systematic review for the Asia regions and the focus group meeting as the illustration case by Thailand, the majority of key condition mentions are quite similar, right? For instance, institutional capacities, technical capacity, legislations, data and tools, and then implementation for the majorities. So institutional issues I would like to, pay a little bit attention with unclear authorities. Even you have a lot of legislation, whether or not you enforce it well. And also we are facing, I think it is common for the whole of my life that we're talking about insufficient financial support. But it is true. These all things are considered MSP barriers, especially for the developing countries. Okay, for countries that are more advanced in MSP in this region, right, China, the enabling conditions that have been mentioned a lot in the latest stage, such as, I can say that, monitoring and evaluations, right? And also they mentioned about something with the consideration of more practical approaches to address the issues of land and sea interaction and the process of plan revision and adaptability of future plan. Okay, so next one. So next one I would like to give that. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of my conclusion, I would say conclusion and then provide some recommendation. And I wish that a small recommendation from my research team would bring us to a very good opportunities further. My research findings, including the Asia systematic review and a Thai case illustration, provide us with the enabling condition for effective MSP in a broad pictures. Despite the fact that we are not yet ready to provide clear cooperative opportunity for effective MSP in our region, but for the time being, we believe that we are able to give you 5 major enabling conditions for improving MSP. However, we think that more work is required. That is common. We work the whole of our life. It is the adventures. So we're thinking that we further analyze the enabling condition for the Asia regions. And it seems clear to me that increasingly, ocean scientists have turned from documenting the problem facing the ocean to developing and implementing solutions. That's what we are working with. And we suggest that highlighting data tools and human aspect, just based on my study for the time being. Human aspect, what I meant, it is about the human authorities, human in terms of intergovernmental participation and capacity building. That is touching several key messages that we learned from many speakers this morning, which all of these are crucial for a future that is good for both the ocean and the people. So more detail, no, not more detail. To tackle to the point, I would say 5 measures, including as the following. First, available, accessible data, future-oriented scenario and suitable tools. Secondly, we need to establishing a leading authorities in terms of ensure the authority development plan and their implementations. And the third one, that's so common. We hear this long time and very often. How can we get a good vertical and horizontal integrations? Okay, as we are dealing with multiple sectors for economic use in the sea. And number 4, it's talking about participation. We know we need participation, but the question is whether or not you identify key and right stakeholders and their clear law of engagement. It's not just the common participation. We need more than that. And the last one, I think we need to build a good team. A good team can gain a better support through training, relevant agency, knowledge, skill, awareness, and then develop and implement the MSP. Okay, that's all from my team. Thanks very much for letting me share our perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, for your very thought-provoking result based on very good literature review. English review. Maybe you know, if we can read more mother tongue publication, maybe you can also get a lot of useful data and information. But the result, I think, is very, you know, evident, you know, covering the several key aspects of MSP challenges or opportunities. For instance, you prioritize, not prioritize, the institutional capacity identified as the fourth enable condition. That's absolutely true. I think this is also, you know, in conjunction with the movement of integrated ocean governance over the last 40 years. So look at the country in this region. You know, for the country who start to establish a relatively integrated ocean governance system, the Marine SP move quicker and faster, right? This is the case in Indonesia. Indonesia have a, you know, relatively integrated ocean governance framework represented by the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fishery. Korea also have the Ministry of, Ministry of Ocean, MOMAF, Oceans and Fisheries. China also integrated coastal management represented by the State Oceanic Administration, and nowadays the Ministry of Natural Resources. I think in case of Thailand, it's also have relatively integrated, but it depends on you how you consider, the challenges as an opportunity to further promote the integrated ocean governance with MSP as one tool, right, as we said. So I think although we said MSP is a tool, but indeed reflect all key aspects of integrated ocean governance issues, right? Institution capacity, policy, law formulation, and the human and also capacity, and also stakeholder engagement. So this is all, I think, aspects quite in line with the integrated ocean governance challenges. So this is a very good, I think, literature review and perfectly reflects, you know, what challenges we have been faced by developing countries, particularly for those where there's no the integrated ocean governance framework not yet in place. So I think this is will be a very exciting journey for Thailand and other countries as well, right? How to, you know, further, you know, move forward toward the integrated ocean governance, or we call it the ecosystem-based approach management. I think all are similar in nature. So thank you very much, I think, again, for the very thought-provoking results. So now I give our, you know, the policymakers. So I would like to invite Park Suharyanto. I think, you know, working at the policy level, you must have a lot of stories to share with our other stakeholders from different, you know, groups. Right, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Indonesia. First of all, I thank to the organizer for the opportunity. I am Suharyanto, and I will continue what Mrs. Farlak has been recommended about the cooperation opportunities in the archipelagic state countries region. Please, next. Okay. Thank you. I will start with the Indonesia seawater. Indonesia is an archipelagic state. The extent of Indonesia waters reaches 6.4 million square kilometers of the sea, with approximately 1,008 kilometers of coastline, and then 17 and 504 islands, and 44 coastal cities. So the MSP plays an important role for ocean development in Indonesia. Next, for marine spatial planning, we have a mandate in many acts and government regulations. Regulated from paper the planning, implementation the MSP, control and supervision of implementation of the MSP from national and provincial MSP. Next slide. Indonesia has developed MSP from year 2000 until now. Start from at the provincial level, and then after 2014, Indonesia developed MSP at national level, ocean strategic areas for ocean economic development, marine protected areas, and security and defense areas. The approach also progresses from integrated coastal zone management, area peace management, land sea marine spatial planning, permit based on MSP, and the blue economy basis and MSP. Please next. Achievement and innovation of MSP development in Indonesia, including proposed area beyond national jurisdiction, area management. This is important to be done by proposed MSP in a jurisdiction area that is directly adjacent to the country's area beyond national jurisdiction, that can guarantee harmony, respect to the rights of the coastal state, and minimize the negative impact of management in area beyond management jurisdiction on the jurisdiction area. We also have developed MSP in the cluster of small islands, such as in Maratua Island, one of the outermost island in Indonesia. And we conducted MSP in the MPA region to support connectivity for sustainable improvement. One of the substance in arrangement of undersea cable, where Indonesia water are passed by cross-country undersea cable channel, Asia, Europe, Australia, and USA, and then regulated by Minister Regulation number 4, 2021, concerning subsea pipeline and cables. Issue of survey and mapping, deployment of installation, and coordination among countries. Please next slide. Recently, Indonesia also focuses on MSP for Geopark in Belitung Geopark area, Bangka Belitung Province, and MSP for the Special Economic Zone in Batam, Bintan, Karimun National Strategic Area, which is close to Singapore. Next. We need of collaboration in MSP among countries because for reason, first, healthy ocean is a priority. The second, connected ships must be managed by MSP for sustainability. The third, the waters of archipelagic countries influences each other through the exchange of water masses. And the fourth, limited data and information on resources and biodiversity. Next slide. The main objective of collaboration in MSP among countries is sharing knowledge, technology, and practical implementation of archipelagic countries' MSP. Indonesia and other pelagic countries have various experiences in the preparation of MSP. It is a valuable resource for collaboration among archipelagic countries for the future MSP. MSP will take a role as an effective ocean governance in the future. Please next. There are extensive benefits of collaboration, and Indonesia has a commitment to put a high priority on ocean cooperation and collaboration, and particularly mitigating climate change, which has started by President Joko Widodo at the UNFCCC in 20 and 21 last year. Please next. We propose a mechanism of collaboration for archipelagic and island state countries with the scheme. This collaboration starting from the president or the state leader, and then below that MSPI's Council of Ministers, maybe in Indonesia, for example, the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, And then below that, MSPI senior official. This is like in the Marine Affairs and Fisheries Minister, like Director General for Marine Affairs. And then below that, many structure of supporting coordinator like preparation committee, technical working group, and then MSPI's regional secretariat. With it, UNESCO and then national committee, MSPI's partners like NGO, etc., and then MSPI's like a university expert that needed by the development of MSP support this coordination mechanism. I think this is the core of what I want to share and to discuss and to propose here how we start a collaboration and for MSP in the future. Next slide. Proposed probability of collaboration for the next year. First, organize MSP forum and MSP conference for ICE countries in Indonesia, April 20 and 23. And then the second, organize MSP forum and MSP conference for ASEAN countries in Indonesia, October 20 and 23. And then the third, preparatory committee formation meeting to set up the coordination mechanism structure of marine spatial planning of archipelagic and island state in 20 and 24. And the fourth is meeting to set up national committee and working group. I think this is just I tried to propose, yeah. This is still open to discuss. Maybe the audience or the participant have a idea or anything to set up the collaboration of archipelagic state in MSP. I think enough, yeah, what I want to share and to discuss in this afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Svensi.
Okay, thank you very much, Park, for your informative and also the perspective of Indonesia that wish to develop collaboration with others. Just one question. What's the members countries of the AIS, archipelagical island states? I mean, whether there are other countries in this region also engaged in the AIS framework or not?
Yeah, I think for the first step, we can collaboration with the country in Pacific, which is the island, yeah, because this is I think a little bit different with MSP in the mainland MSP.
Okay, yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is just remain at a concept note stage, right? So certainly, I think based on the plan for the UN Decade Action, we also have planned to have this regular regional forum. So this is the first time in the future we will organize the regional forum on a regular basis. I think we can synergize our efforts together with you, Park, right? So that we can, to share, more MSP practice from more countries in the region, and also get more partners and also more practitioners for the region. I still feel MSP practitioners still remain very limited, right? In this developing region. So we need to find a way to synergize our efforts to grow up this group bigger and stronger, right? In order to achieve, the blue economy and also ecosystem-based approach management. Thank you very much, Park, for joining us. Please stay with us. Maybe we will have a lot of questions for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to invite the third panelist, Duan. I think Duan has been, I think many people are very familiar with Duan. He has been working in the region for many, many years with a focus on coral reef and coral reef ecologist. But beyond that, right, I think, you know, with his more than 30 years experience, I think he has a lot of, I think, good suggestions to share with us. So currently, Duan is serving as the regional science coordinator for the South China Sea, the SAR project, strategic action program, plan or program project.
Program.
Right. I think the South China Sea, the first phase has paved a lot of a strong foundation for the habitat conservation in this region. Now they just start the second phase. Duan, floor yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I am pleasure to say something about the cooperation opportunity in South China Sea for MSP and marine conservation. So everybody aware that the South China Sea is the semi-enclosed sea with excellent biodiversity and richness of ocean resources. And the sea faces high pressure due to crowded population in coastal area and international maritime operations. So under the high pressure, we have a high conflict among the economic sectors, resulting in resource degradation and economic loss. And as many people mentioned, MSP is a tool for optimized benefit to all. And everybody always say that marine conservation is a sector of blue economy, and it is very important. And everybody agree that ecosystem-based approach in conducting MSP. However, we have a poor input on ecosystem, on ecological process to provide to the MSP process. So everybody agree that we have a high demand to develop MSP of country bordering South China Seas. Next slide, please. Yes, as Wency mentioned, 12 years ago, the first phase of South China Sea project ended. And one key output of the SCI project in that time is the development of a strategic action program for the South China Sea. And to implement the strategic action program, we have a series of national action plan for implementation the SAP at national level. And then we also receive a support from GF for the regional project entitled Implementing the Strategic Action Program for South China Sea Gulf Thailand. This project started quite late. Some activity inception phase since 2018, but the project formally started 2020 and still ongoing. In parallel, the GF supported to have another project to implement the SAP, namely establishment of and operation of a regional system of fishery future in the South China Sea and Gulf Thailand. This 5-year project starting in 2018 and finish early next year. Next slide, please. And the SAP, many targets for the SAP. But in this presentation, I focus on the SAP related to the conservation of coastal habitat. You know that for each habitat, mangrove, coral reef, seagrass, and coastal wetland, the SAP have targets. For example, for mangrove, the one target is to declare 57,400 hectares of mangrove as national park and protected area. As I mentioned, during last 12 years, many efforts at national level with the support from international organizations, private sectors, they around more than 55,000 hectares have been declared as a protected area or national park in 6 countries bordering the South China Seas.
And to implement the SAP continuously, then the country designed the target for next 2 years around more than 55,000 hectares. So in the total, we have had, or we have in the total more than 22 national park or protect area related to mangrove. Why the more than 22? Because we are waiting the confirmed information from the Indonesia. And in for coral reef conservation, the target designed more than 110,000 hectares of coral reef at 46 priority sites managed through development, utilization of management tools such as licensing, permitted system, seasonal closure, zoning, MPA. So that is the different type of the conservation. And until 2021, more than 80,000, nearly 90,000 hectares of coral reef is under protected in different types of protection. And the target for next 2 years, nearly 30,000 hectares. So in the total, we have more than 42 with the target 46 coral reef site under different types of different category of the protection or conservation. Next slide, please. And for seagrass bed. So actually, you can aware that before the SAP development in 2008, and low consideration of society to habitat, and the SAP put the target to manage more than 26,000 hectares in 6 countries, and review the achievement in last 12 years indicate that there are more than 23,000 hectares seagrass now under management in different kind of conservation. And the target for next 2 years is around more than 13,000 hectares. And in that we will have around 22 sites of seagrass beds bordering the South China Sea under the conservation. The last but not least for coastal wetland. So the target of the SAP related one target is a declaration of wetland area with the protection status, non-hunting area, for example, nature reserve, protected area, Ramsar site. And in last 12 years, more than 250,000 hectares of coastal wetland is under either protected with the different kind of protection status. And the target for next 2 years around more than 65,000 hectares. In the total, we have more than 21 coastal wetland site under the management in next 2 years. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, the SCS SAP project continue to operate it with 6 country participants and also the 7 country for fishery future. So we found the high opportunity in cooperation with IOC Westpac to promote MFP in the region. So by collecting data from the site and developing the national action plan, a national report, so we believe that a lot of data can be provided. A lot of data and information can be provided as national and site level for conducting MBS as national level and also the site level. And another cooperation I think needed, I think, is building capacity. So as some people mentioned, we need to focus on transformative science for conducting MSP at national and local level. And guidance, yeah, I think that is the one issue mentioned by some speaker in previous section. So I think that we can work together to co-develop the guidance to integrate it MSP in developing not only for MSP as you mentioned, but we can use that for the developing of revised national action plan for participating country, and also develop the revised strategic action program for the South China Sea. That is the key output of SCSR project in the next 2 years. And as I mentioned, in the SCSR project, we have a plan to develop and manage many MPA fishery future, link it with the MPA network project. So the application of MSP approach in developing management plan for that MPA or fishery future is very, very important. And networking, I think we have a network, not only national level, but also the local government for all the side, priority side of the project. So I think I understand that IOC has Westpac have also the network for all countries. So I think we can work together to build and maintain the regional network with engagement of stakeholders at regional, national, and also local level. The last, I propose to work together to develop, to co-develop and implement the demonstration project on MSP as a priority side of SCSR project. Actually, in the work plan of the many countries, we have a list of priority side with some investment from a project and also co-finance. So I think we can work together to develop different side project on MSP. It is very useful for many sides with the expectation to develop MPA, national park, or other protection status. Next slide, please. Yeah, I would like to end of my talk with showing the map of the SCSR priority site bordering South China Sea. So we can find more detailed information on that side in the website. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Don. I think, this is MSP go to the site level, not only at a global, regional, national, provincial level. I go to more specific site level. The site also very important, particularly in our region, because we are home to the highest level of marine biodiversity, as Don mentioned, right? The typical, tropical habitats, there's a lot in our region, in every countries, and also local people, particular local community, very much largely rely on those, right? Habitats for livelihood and a job opportunity, and also their, culture as well, culturally aware. So this is something, as we say, we always talk about challenges, but let's try to transform our mindset from challenges into opportunities. So what opportunities now we are faced? Actually, you see the strong demand for MSP, right? There's so many demand for MSP, work together and how to work together. And also there's demonstration sites where there are a lot of existing efforts has been made, right? So this is something I think positively, from positive perspective, I think indeed this is the, the opportunity that in our region that could facilitate our further development MSP in the near future. So with that, keep in mind that opportunities presented by Tuan and also Park Suhayano and also Savalak. I think that's last but not least, I think let me invite the Secretary General from the foundation, I think the China Ocean Development Foundation, Dr. Xin Chunpan to share his experience.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好！很高兴参加加快海洋空间规划在西太平洋地区实施对话会。中国海洋发展基金会愿意与大家一起推动海洋空间规划在西太地区的实施，为促进海洋可持续发展做出贡献。海洋空间规划是基于海洋生态系统理念和海洋可持续发展要求，科学划分生产空间、生活空间、生态空间， 合理平衡资源开发与生态保护关系的制度安排，是海洋生活管理的重要根据和蓝色经济发展的主要向导。中国从1978年开始研究、探索与实践海洋空间规划，至今已44年。中国的海洋空间规划从1996年开始由研究成果转化为海域管理规章，从2002年1月1日开始由海域管理规章上升为法律，并成为海域使用管理法的重要组成部分。中国的海洋空间规划在平衡海洋生态环境保护与海洋资源开发利用关系，处理各个海洋产业之间的用海矛盾，推动海洋经济健康快速发展，促进人海和谐与海洋可持续发展等方面发挥了不可或缺的重要作用。我作为一名海域管理工作者，有幸参与和见证了中国海洋空间规划研究、探索与实践的全过程。多年的工作实践，我深切意识到，海洋空间规划的生命在于科学，海洋空间规划的权威在于法律，海洋空间规划的力量在于实践。海洋空间规划应具有科学性，编制科学的海洋空间规划要做好几方面的关键工作：一是要摸清海洋空间的自然情况，包括海洋地形、地貌、地质等，潮流、波浪、潮汐等，油气、矿产、渔业等，横树林、珊瑚礁、海草床、岩礁湿地、海岸植被等，沙滩、深水岸线、河口、海岛等，台风、海滨、风暴潮等。二是要摸清开发现状，也就是要摸清已经开发的家底，包括海岸带上的所有产业与海洋工程，百姓、港海、潮间带、跨海大桥、海上油气矿产开采、航道锚地、海底电缆管道、渔业捕捞、海水增养殖、人工鱼礁、海上构造物、海洋鱼类的索饵场、长螺场、跃登场和飞摇通道、海洋倾倒区等等。三是要根据自然资源禀赋、生态环境承载能力、开发现状和绿色低碳的发展目标等，科学划定生态区、生活区和生产区。特别要将横树林、珊瑚礁、海草床、岩礁湿地、特殊海岸、海湾、河口、珍稀海洋生物栖息海域、海岛等划为海洋生态保护区，要将生态比较敏感和脆弱的滩涂或海域划为海洋生态管控区，其他划为海洋发展区和预留区，确定海洋开发内容、程度、方式、时序等。四是要明确一定时期内海洋保护要实现的目标，比如海洋保护区面积、海域保留面积、大陆自然岸线保有率、近岸海域水质达标率、修复海岸线长度或面积等等。海洋空间规划应具有约束力，要使海洋空间规划具有约束力，必须纳入国家法制，并明确几方面的关键内容：一是在法律中明确海洋空间规划编制原则、审批层级和修编程序等；二是明确国家级海洋空间规划是海洋保护、开发、利用、修复等的总纲和指南，实施用海必须符合海洋空间规划。五是其他规划，如沿海土地利用规划、城市规划、港口规划等涉及海域使用的，应当与海洋功能区划、海洋空间规划相衔接。中国海洋空间规划已纳入国家海域使用管理、海洋环境保护、海岛保护法和沿海11个省级人大和政府的法规。海域使用管理法对海洋空间规划的编制、修编、审批、地位以及用海必须符合海洋空间规划等作出了明确的规定。海洋空间规划应具有操作性，要使海洋空间规划 具有操作性，必须做好几方面的关键工作。一是海洋空间规划要向社会公布，让社会了解和认可海洋空间规划；二是海洋空间规划的分区要具体明确、易读易懂；三是要发展海洋咨询专业队伍，为用海企业识别海洋空间规划及生态环境影响提供技术咨询服务。中国海洋空间规划分为国家、省、市、县三级，国家级和省级由国务院批准实施，市县级由省人民政府批准实施。海洋空间规划每10年修订一次。中国2010年至2020年版全国海洋空间规划和11个沿海省市海洋空间规划，将全国管辖海域空间划分为1931个一级类功能区，其中农业渔业区285个，港口航运区339个，工业与城镇沿海区304个，矿产与能源区65个，旅游休闲娱乐区287个，海洋保护区247个，特殊利用区220个，保留区184个，二级类功能区约4万多个。中国海洋空间规划推动了海洋生态环境的保护。根据海洋空间规划，设立海洋自然保护区145个，面积达790.98万公顷，把全国37%的大陆岸线和30%的近岸海域划为海洋生态保护红线管控范围，实施蓝色海湾工程整治项目36个，海岸带保护修复项目24个，实施渤海综合治理攻坚战生态修复项目61个，共修复滨海湿地面积2.3万公顷，整治红树林200多公顷，整治修复岸线1200多公里。2021年近岸海域优良水质面积比例达到77.4%。中国海洋空间规划促进了海域的集约节约利用和海洋经济发展。从2002年1月海域使用管理法实施至今，根据海洋空间规划，审批用海面积约385万公顷，颁发海域使用权证书8万1000余本，征收海域使用金1000多亿元。2021年，中国海洋生产总值达到9万0385亿元人民币，比上年增长8.3%，对国民经济增长的贡献力为8.0%，占沿海地区生产总值的比重为15%。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中国在实施海洋空间规划中收益丰硕，希望西太地区早日全面实施海洋空间规划，早日收获海洋生态环境保护和蓝色经济发展的丰硕成果。谢谢大家。
Okay, this is another very, how to say, significant case that, take place in the region, right? I think, with the many figures, I saw many figures, to demonstrate, the result of MSP and also demonstrate the socio-economic benefit of MSP, right? So I think, I cite, as I always mention, for MSP, I don't believe there's a best practice. There's only most suitable case. So I think the case, for Thailand, maybe most suitable, but maybe not applicable to another countries. This is the same case. I think, the MSP working very well in China may not be applicable in Indonesia and may not be applicable in others. But indeed, there are many things I think other countries can draw on the experience, can draw on the achievement that has been achieved from MSP formulation, right? And also what kind of key process they have started in order to put MSP, practical MSP in place. So in order, to avoid unnecessary waste of time and energy. I think this is the key advantage for us to network today, and also to initiate a regional MSP forum. So thank you very much for all speakers, for all very wonderful perspective about recommendation, and also the cooperation opportunities with other countries in the near future. So I would like to invite any audience if they have any questions for this panelist. So the first one, I think I saw the one question from the chat box. May I think let's conduct the QA session. Take a little bit minutes to conduct the QA session. So I saw the one question to Pak Suharyanto. I think this is very generic. I believe that developing and implementing MSP at a national level is very difficult, because you have to coordinate the multiple ministry and agencies. So as a leading agency at a national level, what kind of experience you can share in terms, how you coordinate?
Yeah.
Right. I think this is a very, common.
Yeah.
And practical questions.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Wincy. Yeah, this is a good question, I think. Yes, it is right that how to integrate many ministerial in the national level is very difficult, especially when we prepare the marine special planning. Fortunately, Indonesia now have Act number 11 year 2020 about the omnibus law of many acts which is belong to many ministries. So in that act, all of the ministries should be conduct with MSP or the whole with spatial planning. Of course, in that also marine spatial planning. This is the policy is called as marine spatial arrangement, yeah, which is start from the planning and then implementation and controlling. In the planning, the process is very long, very complicated, because all of the ministerial in Indonesia should be comply with the consensus that is decided in the forum, because all of the ministerial as members of the MSPforum. And then this is go to the process of legal binding, and the legal binding of the national marine spatial planning is the government regulation. So the government regulation is the regulation under the Act, after the Act, and then government regulation, and then the regulation belong to the ministerial. By that MSP Act, all of the ministerial, of course, comply with the MSP, and then Indonesia only give with two ministerial for giving the permission of the utilization of the sea. In the land, the Minister of the Land, and then in the sea, the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. So all of the minister, when want to use the ocean, should be approved by the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And then after that, come back to the each ministerial, because each minister have responsible of the sectoral activities like port, and then cable, and then forestry, etc., etc. Of course, with the new regulation of the Act of Omnibus Law number 11, the year of 2020, as a powerful act to integrate several ministry in the program of marine special planning. I think that is my experience. Yes, it's very difficult, but after new act, it's not so difficult. Thank you.
Right. So thank you very much, Park. I think, you know, if I understand correctly, I think you emphasize, you know, on the two aspects about the coordination among different ministries. The first aspect is to, you know, to establish the law or policy framework, right? Which clearly, you know, stimulates the MSP's roles and also clearly identify the responsible agencies at national level, and also identify the responsible, you know, organization at a different level, because you have national level, provincial level, city level, right? So the national government, national ministry should be responsible for national plan. And also maybe provincial government should be responsible for the provincial plan, right? Should play key roles, something like that. And another aspect is set up some kind of a inter-ministerial consultation mechanism. Once the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, you know, come up with a draft plan, take a consultation process with the relevant agencies to seek consensus, and then formulate unofficially, right? I think this is also the more or less the similar approach, you know, in China, and I believe also in Korea. You know, first policy framework, right? Clearly identify mechanism, authority, and coordination mechanism. And second is mechanism building. Right. And then with these tools supported by, you know, science, technology, right, and those kind of stakeholder engagement framework. So I think that this is the kind of generic I feel, you know, although different countries have different social economic governance system, but for MSP, I think it is quite similar at some extent. Right.
And then when we face with conflict with another minister, for example, the goal of environment and the goal of economic development, of course, we come to the university to give argumentation with knowledge base, which the best decision that the government should be take. Thank you.
So one more question, Park, for the national plan, who approved national plan? I think by the cabinet or
by the president.
Yes,
president.
Yeah, right. So this is the I think the topest level of authority. Right. So that ensure, you know, the enforcement or implementation of the MSP. Right. Because I think
because the minister is the it's the staff of the president, So if this is the presidential, it's okay.
Right. So I think in China, case also national plan is approved by state council. I think the highest policy making mechanism, you know, in the country. I think in Korea also the same thing, more or less the same thing. So do you have any questions, audience? I think very good. We have many MSP related talk from different aspects. It's a very rare opportunities for us. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or put into the chat box. Okay, I didn't see more intention. So do you have any questions, our panelists today, to each other? From researcher community to policymaker, and also from policymaker to researchers. But always, I think a research capacity always, I mean, very shy to policymaker, right? Right. This is the, but anyhow, I think it's a very good. I think to have this kind of a science policy interface. I think MSP also is another example for us, to emphasize the need for policy science interface. So thank you very much, Suhayano, and also Professor Sualak, and also Duan, and also the Secretary General from Ocean Development Foundation from China. I think it's a lot of opportunity, as we can see from your presentations. So the next step, we will consider how to translate into the concrete actions, right? So before we close the session today, close the meeting today, we still have one poll questions, right? For you to evaluate, or not evaluate, I think, to put your perspective, what kind of key activity we should develop in the region, right? Just one questions. It's a multiple choice. Okay. Oh, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 are almost equally important, including the regular international forum, like the regional MSP this time. Second is local stakeholder engagement. I think it's also important for us to do the set level MSP, right? Demonstration. The third one is the professional training. No wonder it's important. Exactly. Consider the still limited number of our MSP practitioners in this region. The fourth one is a policy support from the central and the local authorities. The last but not least, MSP demonstration pilot project. So I think the 5 activities that we put in the poll question indeed reflect. Is there anything missing? I think, this is just some kind of, thoughts, preliminary thoughts from the team about the key activities in the future that we should emphasize. We should, leverage any possible opportunity to enhance, for the MSP development or acceleration in the region. So if you have any suggestions or other than this, feel free to send an email to iocwestpac.unesco.org. So finally, I think we need to close the 5-hour regional MSP forum. So with our many distinguished speakers and also thought-provoking presentations, talks, or panel discussion, and also QA sessions. I think, I would like to thank you all, the speakers, all speakers and the moderators for your very excellent thought-provoking talks. I think this is the first time, although the international one has been conducted totally 3 times. Yeah, we have just a 3rd international global one, MSP conference, just concluded last month in Barcelona. So even that, it's not easy because over the last 16 years, there's only 3 international global MSP has been convened. So you can imagine MSP is it's not something new, but still emerging, evolving in terms of its policy framework, technical guide, scientific and human resources building, and even partnership building, as we did today, right? So this is something I think for our region, I think it's mature for us to pick MSP as an emerging practical tool, into our program of work at a regional framework to further develop the science, develop the partnership to serve the needs of the different stakeholders. That could be exactly demonstrated by the marine spatial planning and its process. So, and also I would like to thank all participants. As I mentioned, the MSP practitioners still remain a small group of people in this region, but I really hope everyone could serve a very useful catalyst in the region, impact the people around you, impact the community around you, right? Everyone can serve as kind of a awareness promoter, either at the site level, institution level, and the national level, because we feel MSP is useful, although there's many room for further development. But indeed, it brings a very good tool or framework for us over the next 10 years, even beyond, in order to gain the benefits from the economy development, from the conservation, from the restoration. I think the case already shown by several speakers here from Indonesia, from China, from Korea, and also from other countries as well. So I think during the 5 hours forum, we can say, we exceed our expectation, on most of the aspect. From the quality of the talks, and also from some the questions that has been from our audience into the chat box. I think the questions are quite quality, and also go to the point. And also, it's very much, closely linked to the future development of MSP in this region. So I hope, the contact we made today will continue in the future, because we are convinced they are very useful as a starting point. So my question to all of you, what's your takeaway message from today's forum, right? What's a takeaway message from you? I think at least, several one, you see, we understand what's going on at a global level, and particularly in the regional level, right? Who are doing what at what stage? I think we see a very clear picture about MSP status in this region, including our small island developing country in the Pacific, right? So second, we also say a lot of challenges as mentioned, from the policy framework, right, to the human resources, capacity development, to the stakeholder engagement, and also accessibility to data and the information. So this is a lot of, I would say, challenging or opportunity for future enhanced efforts that to enable MSP to be more practical, to be more demanding, right, compared to the needs of our countries at the national level or provincial level, even at the site level. So third point, I can say that, MSP, although, IOC have been taking the role globally, or indeed, promote SP internationally since, early 21st century, reflected by its first international workshop, 2006, only 50 participants from 20 countries. All right. So although, IOC together with other international partner, region Westpac with the regional partner promotes the MSP, internationally. But the success of MSP, the key to success within you, right? Within the country, within the stakeholder in the country, and within the researcher, and within the consultant, in the country who are working on MSP, providing the recommendation to the governmental agency. So in that sense, I have to say, to be more proactive, right? Because nobody knows the country better than you. Nobody can take the MSP within your country. We can provide, support, technical support, financial support, and even some kind of guidance, advice, mutual assistance. But we really cannot do MSP on your behalf. So this is something I think, for everyone need to really think about and also take their ownership over the MSP, at the community and also at the national level. But of course, we always work together, from our side at the intergovernmental mechanism. We advocate the importance of the MSP at a different ocean-related platform, right? Like the Ocean Conference, like the COP15, like the UNFCCC, all kinds of the UN framework or non-UN framework, right? And also we help network the expertise among countries, network the partnership among countries to share the lessons, to draw on your experience, and further to leverage opportunity for working together, particularly for those countries in need of support. So this is something, the 3 points. Last but not least, I would say, the MSP, my personal opinion, there will never have the best MSP, but there is mostly suitable MSP. I believe you would agree with me because the country, the sites, the situation vary from one to another. The stakeholder, the needs, the conflict of the same area use, and very much vary one from another. So you have to into the central position to initiate the process by, engaging stakeholder, developing the technical guidelines, if needed, with the technical assistance from others. So in a word, as I always say, I don't know whether you heard of it, no matter whether the cat is white or dark, once it can catch the right, it will be good cat. So this is something I think very useful for us to get us to develop the MSP in different situations, in different regions, in different countries as well. So with this 4 points, I have to show you, the all meeting report, and also will be uploaded to the IOC Westpac and also the MSP global website to facilitate more access, to those information. And we are also in the stage of further development of the UN Decade Action, accelerating the MSP in this region together with the global MSP global project. So we will keep being updated and also engaged in the near future. So at least I think we'll run the MSP regional forum on a regular basis, in partnership with all stakeholders in this region. So please stay engaged and consider how we work better and also generate more impacts for the region, for the country, right? Thank you very much. I wish you all the best for the season, for the new year.
Our ocean is crying. He is lonely. He wants to be healthy and he wants to be good friends with us.
Sumber laut kita telah terjejas teruk, kesan daripada aktiviti kita semua.
If the ocean is dirty, the animals will die and I'm sad. If the ocean is clean, I'm happy and the animals are alive.
We all know that this madness is created by our own hands.
The UN Ocean Decades tells us that the whole world starts to work together to protect the ocean environment and mitigate climate change.
I'm hoping to see our science and politics working together to create an effective implementation plan to reverse the decline of our ocean health.
I am most excited for the UN Ocean Decade to achieve its challenge in changing humanity's relationship with the ocean.
Don't hurt me and my generation by destroying the sea and animals.
I hope that future generation will see the beautiful sea just like I see nowadays.
Let's make the best actions and decisions, for we only have one planet to protect.
So please contribute and support the Ocean Decade campaign to make this world a better place.
청년해양도로서 UN 오션 데케이드와 베스트 팩 킥오프 미팅을 응원합니다.
身为地球上的一份子，身为世界公民，让我们携手并进，为美丽的海洋尽一份力吧！加油！